革新のカーボンベゼル、Bluetooth 搭載 G-SHOCK カシオ。
横浜。
The brightness called brilliant, blinding and vivid. Valentine. Ultimate lubricant. Mortis。
伝統と革新、小倉クラッチのテクノロジーを凝縮、チャンピオンを取るためのクラッチ、小倉レーシングクラッチ ORC。
究極の静かさと安全性、オンロード、オフロード、世界中で活躍するケンダ。その信頼を支える静音性、安定性と対摩耗性、世界が認めた技術と信頼を街乗りで高品質と納得の価格、タイヤのポテンシャルをあなたに。ケンダ。
What's up guys, it's Frederick Ospo and I use RSR suspension on all my drift cars. I love RSR. Iyo RSR Ichiban.
Made in Japan. Breed.
Welcome, Drift fans all around the world, to round 2 here of the G-Shock Presents Formula Drift Japan 2022 series here at Ebisu Circuit West Course in the Fukushima Prefecture.
We are back to the mecca of drifting, I guess we could say, worldwide. Everybody probably knows where Ebisu Circuit is. Very famous track in Japan, tracks in Japan. And we at West Course. Not a lot of people are able to drive the long course all the time. They open it up only to certain, track day events and stuff like that. But here we are, we're in Ebisu, Fukushima.
Exactly, just like you said. In this track right here, hands down to the staff, what they've done, we'll explain a little bit more here shortly, but this is the track that actually got affected by that really bad earthquake last year.
Yeah, exactly. They had the landslide and everything, but here we are. These are the Japanese side commentators and judges.
And live stream also. It's going to be Tom Saiba and Nobuteru Taniguchi.
And Nobuteru Taniguchi is actually going to be one of the judges too. And this time he's going to be scoring the line judge. And next to Taniguchi is Imamura, which is our usual judge. He's going to be scoring the angle judge for the qualified today.
And then the other person, once again, y'all remember, is going to be Robbie Nishida right next to me.
Yeah. I am next to Imamura, but...
kind of hidden right there, but yeah.
So if you want to hear this in Japanese, they have the Japanese live stream, and me and Kenny will be doing the English side live stream worldwide. So there we are. How you guys doing? How you guys doing from all over the world? Thank you for tuning in with us here at Ebisu Circuit. It's a nice day today.
But like I was saying, Robbie Nishida, he'll be doing the style side of judging, so he'll be doing that all day long. Thank you for joining us, and like he said, if you want to see the Japanese side, go and check them out on their live stream over there. But we do appreciate y'all. Weather's perfect.
Oh yeah, it's supposed to be like 80 to 85, somewhere around there here today at Ebisu. It looks like it's kind of cooling down right now. But
yeah, we're getting a little overcast, but hey, let's all pray because we don't want the R word coming through here.
I don't know what you're talking about. Yes, but here we go. This is the Motor Games girls. I'm sorry. So here we go. That's Harumi. I'm sorry, Harumi. It's Miharu. They messed up her name, but her name is Miharu, Minami, Miori, and Marina in that order from the list. They will be coming with us to all the events, and they're going to be supporting us from the pits.
Yes, and they'll be doing some live interviews here later on in the events. But there you go. You can see the track layout.
And we are here at the Ebisu round. Back again. It's a little different from how it was before. Here we go. Here's the track layout. Before we had 2 in clips, so we got rid of both the in clips because it just caused too much trouble. We have an outside zone 1 to the left after the 3-2-1 cone. You have to make sure that the car is initiated by the 1 cone or the 3-2-1 cone. After you pass that, on the left side, there's the outside zone 1. It's a little later and a little bit more narrower than how it used to be before. After that, there's the outside zone 2, which is a little bit longer. Unusual for a Japanese round to have a outside zone like that, but we have a new outside zone 2 where Ebisu Circuit was nice enough to repave some of the gravel on the outside, so we could take a wider line. It's going to look cooler for tandems. A lot of angle, a lot of throttle. After that, they're going to switch back. There's a touch and go. It could have been a zone too, but for now it's a touch and go, so you just got to be as deep as possible wherever you want. You don't have to fill the zone because it's not a zone. It's just touch and go. You got to be deep somewhere. After that, right before the finish line, we have the outside zone. This is the outside zone 3 on the right side. You have to make sure that you fill the zone, stay on the outside line by the tire or the bumper where you see the cones. And we don't have it right on the edge of the track because we don't want any of the cars to go into the gravel because the spectators are right there. So here you see it from the top.
And looking from the top right there, that back end of that outer zone 2, or the back or the last part of outer zone 2, you can see they extended the track about 8 feet is what I was looking at. So definitely hands down to, once again, the Ebisu circuit staff for doing that for us.
They did that in like a couple of days.
Exactly.
That was pretty amazing.
And what I've noticed is this is definitely going to be a smoke show. They're going to be throwing smoke. Tandems tomorrow are going to be insane.
All right. And for the scoring, we got the line judge, which has a total of 30 points. Outside zone 1 and 2 is 10 points each, and then the rest of it's 5-5. Same as the angle judge. They have 30 points total. First and second outer zone is going to be 10 points each, and the rest is going to be 5 points each. And the style judge, which is me, I have 40 points total. It's going to be 20 points for commitment and 20 points for fluidity. So we want to see how smooth the car is, the rate to angle, how much throttle they have throughout the track. They have to get right back on throttle as soon as possible. We want the car to look like it's going to go off course, but make sure that they stay on the course, throw a lot of angle, a lot of exciting driving.
Exactly. Going back to the fluidity part of what you were talking about on the course itself, leaving outer zone 1, entering into outer zone 2, during practice yesterday and today, that's probably been the biggest struggle for most drivers.
Oh yeah, and then I think it's a little different from how it was before. There was an in-clip, and I would have to say that was a lot easier than how it is now, and it's a harder course now. Everybody has to kind of stay on throttle so they can go deeper into outside zone 2, where they used to initiate at right before the outside zone 1, and they would start to decel throughout outside zone 1, or before outside zone 1. But now you have to decel towards the end of outside zone 1. So it's actually a little bit more frightening for the drivers because you got the big wall on the left side, and you want to make sure that you want to keep the car within the track. There you go. That's the outside zone 2. It's very long on the left side. Now, let's talk about the winner of this round last year.
So, yeah, last year in 2021, there you go, was Koichi Yamashita. He was the champ last year. Got a 97 on his qualify run. We'll see how he does today.
Yeah, because it's very different now because
there's a lot more drivers than there were last year here.
Oh, yeah. There's a lot more drivers, and also the track is totally different. So it's a whole new story.
But, yeah, going back to 21, we had Junya Ishikawa. He got second, and then we got Tadahito Fukada got third here at the Ebisu round in 2021.
And now what's more exciting than anything right now is that, the borders are starting to loosen up. We have some of the foreign drivers back in the series once again. Like, let's say, Nian is here. Matt Hagen has his car together, so we want to see how he's going to do. Matt Mike Woodette is back. He's from New Zealand, and obviously everybody knows who he is, which is the ex-champion of FD Japan.
And yeah, this is a foreigner's favorite track here. There's been a lot of champions here that walk through here taking podiums, so definitely would love to see one of them come through after 2.5 years and then take podium.
And let's go ahead and check out the first place qualifier from the last round, which was Suzuka Twin, which we had about 8 weeks ago. Yeah, Jinx. And there you go.
The finals for that round was Masanori Kohashi, Kanta, and Daigo Saito.
Yeah, so these three drivers are actually very familiar with Ebisu Circuit, and now we could say this is their home ground. I would like to see how they will do at their home ground.
Exactly. Home ground, though, is a very wide, vague, bold statement because there's a lot of drivers out here that come out here and or work at the track and actually know this track very well, but with the different layout, it's definitely throw them through the loop.
Yeah, because this layout, we wanted to keep it fair, so we didn't announce it until like 2 days ago. So a lot of people didn't even know what was going to happen. I'm pretty sure a lot of people thought it was going to be an outside zone, but they didn't think it was going to be like this. But let's go ahead and check out the first driver that's lined up.
So up at the line, looks like he's ready to go. Is going to be number 54, Shang Niem, coming all the way from Singapore.
Singapore, yep.
Yeah, so here he is. He says it's been like 2.5 years since the last time he drove. Here he is with Team Kazama and Power Vehicle coming around in his JZX 100 Chaser. Not too bad into outer zone 1 there. Trying to get back on it here through outer zone 2. Beautiful job in outer zone 2. Here he is through the touch and go. And there you go. Not bad through those zones there for our first run out of our 49 cars here today that are qualifying. So it's going to be a big chop of 17 cars today. We'll see how these drivers do. And right there from the jump, we had a pretty solid run right there by Niem.
Yeah, so he did have to do a slight two-step, there you go, initiation there, which is going to kind of deduct, or that's going to be a point deduction there. But looking at this, I wasn't paying attention to his line, but man, that's a pretty nice line that he's on the outside the whole time, and it looked like he did it really easily. I would have to say that he wasn't throwing a crazy amount of angle, but overall, I think that was a pretty nice run.
It was very safe. It was solid, but like you said, it didn't have that dynamic that you were probably looking for on the style side of the house.
Yeah, but it's a little different from the U.S. where they have the knockout qualify, where you have 2 qualify runs per driver. So I think the safe bet would be everybody does, an all right run for the first run and comes in hot for the second run.
Exactly.
Depending on where you sit after the first run,
Exactly.
on the ranking for the qualifying.
But coming in hot once we get this score. There you go, 82 for the first run of the day.
So I would have to say an 82 would put him in a all right position. But I'd have to see what everybody's going to bring in for their first runs. But there's 51 cars, or about 50 cars here.
49.
Oh, 49 cars.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. That's 49 cars. Only 32 is going to qualify. But so you got to be, really, really careful.
Yeah, you got to be on your game today. Definitely some tough competitors. But let's see. Up next, he couldn't make it to round 1 due to getting his car out of the port. He had struggles with that. But here he is today. Number 92, Matt Hagen in the Hagen Racing By Now Japan R32 Skyline. Insane build, insane looking car.
All the way from Arizona.
And man, it matches his hair. Insane. And here he is coming into the 3-2-1.
Uh-oh.
Struggling a little bit leaving outer zone 1 right there. Let's see how he's going to carry it through the rest of the track. Bringing it around to this touch and go here. Ooh, knocking that rear bumper off there right from the jump and taking both. Oh, and losing it right there at the finish. Not ideal of what he wanted. I know he said he had some issues with the vehicle, wasn't able to get a lot of practice time in yesterday, didn't have a full day of practice, but let's see this replay.
Yeah, so he did spin going through the finish line, so we'd have to give him an incomplete because you're supposed to finish that drift, which is going to be the last one going through the finish line over the outside zone 3. So he pretty much, there you go, he had, he washed out, spun out, so we're going to have to give him an incomplete. But it looked like he already had some trouble going down the straight. Something might have happened to his car, so it was not a clean run. So definitely I'm looking forward to his second run.
Yes.
But yeah, I gotta say, man, as a driver going from Japan to the U.S. and competing over there, it's really, really tough to get everything done.
Next up, coming all the way from New Zealand is going to be number 123. Many of y'all know him. He's won podium here before. It's going to be Mad Mike Cadet in the Red Bull with Team Magic Toyo Tire Drift RX-7 FD. Let's see how he's going to do here.
And he's the XFD Japan champion. Maybe he could have got a back-to-back champion, but he couldn't come because of COVID.
Not only that, but just, if y'all see his social media and everything, we just talked to him yesterday about it, but the injury that he sustained.
And he still has a broken arm, broken shoulder, I don't know, that's just crazy that he's here.
It's amazing, and then what he's doing with this car on this track and reverse entries that he was doing and stuff like that, this man is amazing. But let's see how he is going to do here for his first qualify run after not competing here for the last 2.5 years. Here he is coming up to the 3-2-1. Coming into outer zone 1, real hot out of outer zone 1 here, trying to carry it through to outer zone 2. Trying to finish strong here into that outer zone 3, knocking that pylon down. Not bad, seemed a little safe and struggled kind of on that, leaving that outer zone 1, but here, let's see this replay.
All right, so there was a lot of commitment in this run, and yes, because of that, he did probably had 2 tires off at the most, almost 3, but he was right on the line with the last tire. But very exciting driving. He did do everything in one motion where he initiated, carried that angle right through, as you can see right there, a little bit out there in the back tires, but a lot of commitment in that run.
Definitely that area where you dip the 2 tires, that has been the struggle zone for like a lot of these, or quote unquote danger zone for a lot of these drivers, washing out there, coming a little too hot, because like we said, outer zone 1 is bumped about 10 to 20 feet further back toward the mound or the wall than it was before, and then there is no inside clip, so that apex of that turn comes really fast for them to come around and carry it through to outer zone 2.
Yeah, so now Taniguchi is the line judge. I want to see how he is going to score that, because he did have, you know, a few tires out of or past the line. So depending on that, you know, I don't know how much of a deduction that's going to be. But other than that, looks like he filled the zones pretty, you know, full throughout the track.
There
so
you go, 83 for his first qualify run.
So I would have to say that if he would pull back, he got a 26 on his line. If he didn't go off tire on a couple of the zones, that would have probably gave him another couple more points, and he'd be closer to a 90. So we'll see how he's going to be doing for the second run.
But there you go. Up next, sitting at the line, ready to go, is going to be number 328, Shinichiro Saito, in his Car Guy Racing A90 Supra. He was unfortunate enough not able to make it to round 1, but here he is. He debuted this car last year. I believe he debuted it last year here at Ebisu.
Exactly,
so here he is. Let's see how he's going to do. Had a little bit of struggles coming through practice, but let's see how he collected himself coming through this E2 run right here. A little late on that initiation, but coming into outer zone 1 there. Not bad through outer zone 2, filling outer zone 2, coming through this touch and go. Taking no pylons out. Oh, but taking it real early. That used to be an inside clip there, so a lot of these drivers have to be able to carry their momentum from out the touch and go to that outer zone 3. So let's see this replay by him.
Yeah, so I would have to say it's going to be a very lower angle score, and I'm not going to say that he's super committed. It's a very, very low energy run by Saito.
Yeah, his entry, the rate to angle right there, definitely wasn't very aggressive. And like you were saying, they have to really come in, flick it hard into outer zone 1 and carry that all the way through where they can connect it to outer zone 2. That's the trick, and that's the
I'm not super worried about the driver coming in super shallow when they first throw it at the 3-2-1 cone, but we want them to be at a certain amount of angle when they're passing through outside zone 1. And that shows commitment, where you're giving a lot of angle, getting on gas as soon as possible, making the angle in the gas slow the car down instead of waiting, being shallow and kind of being timid, getting back on gas.
There you go, 75 for his first qualify run. Got some points on the board. But we'll see. We're still early. We're going to have a total of 98 runs.
Yeah,
today.
so they're going to break it into 2 sections, where we're going to have a short break in between the first qualify runs and the second qualify runs, looking at how the schedule is. So we're going to have about 50 cars. Oh no, and then this is not Toshiharu Kazama. He is not competing. It is car number 31, Kodai Sobagiri, in his brand new GR86.
Yes, with the Shibata Racing Team Cylon tires. Brand new 2J powered GR86. There he is coming in. Missing outer zone 1 right there, trying to make it all the way out to outer zone 2. Was able to get there. Let's see how he's going to do for the rest of the track here through the touch and go, and coming into outer zone 3 here, knocking a pylon out early in the start there. Let's see the replay. Let's see what happened here when he came through the 3-2-1 into that outer zone 1. Yeah, it looks like he was just unable to carry it all the way out to that zone.
Yeah, and this is a little bit similar to how Saito's run was, where there wasn't a lot of dynamicism, I would say. I don't even know if that's a word, but it's a very, very safe, low energy run by Sobagiri. Maybe it's because he's in a brand new car. So you can see right there, he does miss the beginning and kind of leaves early in outside zone. Sorry about that. A lot of wind going on over here, but outside zone 2. And yeah, it's very windy right now. I don't know if you can pick it up on the microphone right now from where we're at, but like there you go. Tom's hair is going crazy right now because of the wind maybe. Glad I got my hat on today, but
there you go, 71 for his first qualify run.
Oh wow, he got docked a lot for the line, yeah, because see, Saito's run was a lot more lower energy, but he did fill the zones somewhat.
Yes.
So let's see what he's going to do for the second run.
So next up is going to be number 31, Yoshia Asaki in his Origin Labo Racing S15. And this is the one that was, I think he was at 450 last year this time, and then he rolled around and
I thought it was
got
like 350 or something.
It was very, and then he turned it up a little bit more. Let's see how he's going to turn it up today here in his first qualify run coming into outer zone 1. Dipping 2 tires right there, taking both pylons out in the outer zone 1, taking the third. Oh, he's about 3 tires there, it looked like. We'll have to see the replay. Here he is. Let's see how he's going to finish. But definitely came very aggressive through the start from outer zone 1 and 2.
Yeah, so
not sure if he was anticipating how practice was. So during practice, we bumped back the pylons 1 meter. And not sure if he was anticipating that or been used to that practice, but he knows from all drivers up to the jump that it's 1 meter back, so it helps speed the time for more practice sessions.
Yeah, so I would have to say very sloppy run, not a lot of commitment. Yes, I would have to say not looking to get a very high score here. Very sloppy, and you know, I'm not the line judge, but I would have to say, you know, he was off a lot of the time. Didn't get back on gas for a while. So I would have to say he's going to have to put together something a little bit more cleaner for a second run, because not looking into getting a high score on that run.
So let's see what the judges have for him. He was unable to make it first round also at Suzuka Twin Circuit. So let's see how he's going to do here for his first qualify run of today's round 2 event.
All right, so the score's already input, and we get this all the time in the U.S. and in Japan, but the judges are, oh, there you go.
There you go, 55 for his first qualify run. And you can see right there, like Robbie was saying, his line got affected, his style, everything kind of got, wasn't what he wanted. It's points on the board, but not sure if it's going to be enough for him.
Yeah, I mean, I'm talking like we got 49 cars going down to 32.
Exactly.
So that's going to be a very tough one.
But the next car up is going to be number 100, Andrew Gray, in the Team Kazama with Power Vehicles, Lexus RC, powered by a 2J. He didn't make it to round, he was unable to make it to round 1, but here he is, definitely coming out. His team says he's ready, the car's dialed in, and here he is coming into outer zone 1 with a lot of heat. Just kissing outer zone 1 there, rolling into outer zone 2. Looks like he's real deep in that outer zone 2 into this touch and go. And let's see how he's going to finish here through outer zone 3. Not bad at all through outer zone 3, but looks like outer zone 2, he was real deep, maybe dipped a tire or 2 in that back part of outer zone 2.
Yeah, I think that was a lot of commitment going into outside zone 1, passing outside zone 1, but a little bit too much. Like you just said, he did have to dip a few tires. He did okay on the line right there, but went a little too deep at the beginning of outside zone 2, left him with 2 tires off outside zone 2. Not as deep at the touch and go, and looks like he makes his way through the outside zone 3, which is right before the finish line. Let's see what the judges have all together. Here's a drone's view from that run, I think. Or it's just the drone view.
Looks like here's the replay. It's about to start. But like Robbie said, it had a lot of dynamic flair to it. Definitely committed himself to that outer zone 1. Oh, there you go, fast food.
So here is a view of the track. All the way on the right, you see us at the judging stand. This is where they usually run. I think they're standing. We're at. They do the Nishi short course. If you're familiar with driving an Ebisu circuit, this is where they kind of come down from when they do the short course, when they don't use the long straightaway. But here you go.
75 for Andrew's first qualify run.
Yeah, I think the line judge did affect. That's like 13 points that he has. He left on the table. So as long as he keeps it tight, keeps it within the track, I'm pretty sure that the score is going to be changing. So let's see what he's going to do for a second run.
Yeah, after talking to his team yesterday, they were talking about how they dialed in his steering. I guess it was off all year last year, so that kind of played in part in how he kind of struggled throughout the year last year. But they dialed it in, and they said now he says it feels almost like a JZX 100 once again for him.
Yeah, but he doesn't have a JZX 100.
Well, he does. It's just he's not competing in it.
Yeah. So he's going to have to drive it like it's an RC.
So next up is going to be number 41, Shinichi Uemura in his Team Ito Auto Uemura Sangyo JZX 100 Chaser. Getting the green light to start. Here he is coming through the chicane up here to the 3-2-1. Let's see how his initiation will be coming up to outer zone 1. There you go, coming in real hot into outer zone 1. Beautiful job into outer zone 1. Just blowing past those pylons, but unable to be deep enough into that outer zone 2 there, which is going to affect his line. But here he is trying to finish strong through outer zone 3. And once again, just like he did in outer zone 2, wasn't quite able to get all the way deep into that zone.
Yeah, so it's just small stuff right here. Everything looked okay from going through the outside zone 1, but it doesn't look like he had enough heat to push the car all the way back out to the outside zone 2. And same goes, he didn't have enough heat going to outside zone 2, which doesn't give him enough heat to give push the car out to outside zone 3 as well. So I would have to say these drivers are really, really taking it safe. Or some of these drivers are.
Trying to get that score on the board. There you go, 73. Last event we struggled with a lot of incompletes, so hopefully this time we're not going to get that many. They're doing, like you said, a lot of safe runs, but
yeah, well,
points on the board.
Hey man, it's looking pretty good because 8 cars went and there's only 1 incomplete. So I would have to say we have 40 somewhat cars, so maybe 5 or 6 incompletes. I'm sorry, I don't want to jinx it.
Next up is going to be number 808, Manabu Fujinaka in his Awa Tire Japan Environment Development Racing FD. New livery, let's see how he's going to go. Oh, could not hold that. Came in a little hot in outer zone 1, just couldn't hold it all the way through.
That was kind of strange because it wasn't like he threw the car and it didn't have a lot of flick. He kind of like really rolled into drift and very slowly rotated the car to the outside zone 1. And then after I just started to kick a lot of angle, it looks like the car just doesn't want to hold the angle. Which is going to hurt at this track because you need it. You need a car that can hold itself with a high angle.
Yeah, very unfortunate for him, but yeah, there you go, incomplete for him. Him and his son both coming out with new livery on their vehicles. But next up, coming to the line right now is going to be number 610, Ken Murakami in his Village Up JZX 100 Mark II.
So this is a driver that moved up from FDJ2 last year, and now he's in Formula Drift Japan. Let's see how he is going to do here at the second round.
Getting the green light, ready to start, coming through the chicane now. Ooh, a little bit too much from outer zone 1 right there. And just couldn't hold it into outer zone 2.
So that is going to be an incomplete.
I think we spoke too soon there, Robbie. Spoke real too soon. But like we were saying, they have to carry that speed dynamic into the outer zone 1 to reach outer zone 2. So they got the right concept going. It's just collecting themselves to actually commit to that. Not much else to say.
Yeah, I got nothing else to say.
There you go. Official score is incomplete right there. Rolling up to the line is another JZX 100 Mark II, powered by number 88, or driven by number 88, Roy Okabe, in his Team Kazama with Power Vehicles.
This is also another driver from Formula Drift Japan, J2.
See if he can break this incomplete curse going on right now.
Yeah, that's 2 in a row, so.
He was doing a pretty good job here at practice, but I know he did struggle at Suzuka Twin, so we'll see how he does here. He's getting that green light ready to go. Coming up to this 3-2-1. There he is, carrying it all the way through, trying to take it into outer zone 2 there. All the way to the top of outer zone 2, coming through this touch and go. Not a bad finish right there, almost over-rotating through that finish.
Yeah, so not a bad run by Okabe. Just a little late on getting back on gas and looks a little hesitant, so I would have to say not going to be a super committed run, but not bad, very smooth. It doesn't look like he's making any huge mistakes, but I would have to say a very subtle run by Okabe.
And here's the drone overview here, so you can see where he was at in all these zones.
There you go, right there. Then he's waiting and waiting and waiting. There you go, right back on gas. But we would like to see the drivers to get back on gas a little before there and have their angle set for outside zone 2 before they get into outside zone 2. It looks like a lot of these drivers are looking at each out zone as they go through it. Like, I think a lot of the drivers should be looking at outside zone 2, thinking about outside zone 2 while they're going through outside zone 1.
Yeah, anticipating.
Yeah, so knowing what to do for the next turn and getting themselves in that position and ready to make that move before they get to that zone is very, very important.
There you go. 83 is what the judges give Okabe.
Yeah, so Okabe, I'm not going to say the most exciting run, but he did run a good line. As you can see, he got a 28 out of 30. So that's very, very important to be able to not go over the line, but make sure to stay on the wide line and stay within the track.
So next up at the line right there is going to be number 12, Nagayasu Miyagi, in the Team Kazama with Power Vehicles 8-6.
Also another driver that moved up from FDJ2.
There he is coming to the 3-2-1. Real deep into outer zone 1 there. Can he take it all the way through to outer zone 3, knocking that bumper off from the pylon? Here he is coming up to the touch and go. Not bad getting into those zones. Definitely was messing with his throttle a lot throughout the
Yeah, so I mean, even you can tell we're not through, not much commitment. Here we go, dips the tire out there, kind of takes the wrong line going to outside zone 2, waits until he's almost mid through outside zone 2 to get back on gas, and also doesn't do a nice flick going from outside zone 2 to the touch and go area. The transition, we would like to see it. We would like to see the car a little bit more spiky, and also, you know, with a lot of gas or a lot of throttle, but it doesn't look like, you know, it looks like they're feathering the throttle and, you know, being very, very timid. So
exactly. I must say though, Team Kazama with, oh, there you go, 69 for his score. Team Kazama with Power Vehicles, they definitely came out with a pretty solid or a pretty big team this year. They got, I believe, 6 cars out here competing today.
Yeah, that's a lot of cars. I mean, their pit area is pretty huge.
Oh, it is.
They had their own catering and everything, so.
Next up is going to be number 58, Kazuhiro Kubo. He's in the vacancies with Weld Cockpit Kobe 180SX. And we've talked about it before with his shop vacancy. It's actually like a VIP shop, big body shop. Here he is coming into outer zone 1. Not bad there through outer zone 1, trying to carry it into that outer zone 2 all the way around into this touch and go. Not bad, but definitely dove a little bit in through that outer zone 3.
Not as bad as some of the runs, but I would have to say it's not super exciting. The most exciting one there. He did an okay job going through outside zone 2 as a style judge, and right there, he looks like he just stays on the gas, drags it from outside zone 2, touch and go. I would like to see a little bit more of a high angle to high angle transition. But I would have to say that he's going to get a decent score for his first run, which may put him in a good position to try harder on his second run.
So we'll see here. You can see right there the smoke still trying to clear out. Definitely going to be a smoke show here tomorrow. Another view of the drone footage right here. See where he was at in these zones. Here he is coming into outer zone 1. Nice job through outer zone 1. Real early right there through outer zone 2. And able to fill all of those. And then right there, he took it a little shallow into that outer zone 3. I could see mid 80s coming in off the chat right now. Let's see what the judges are going to give Kubo today. There you go.
Oh, 85. There you go, 85.
So just like
he's actually leading, yeah. So there you go. I would have to say he did a good job on the line. Not high on the angle, and did a fairly good job for the style.
Here you go at the line right now is going to be number 17, Jin Horino, debuting his new build in the Good Ride Sports with Tops Racing U BLS S14, powered by a VR38. It's probably VR 4. What, 1 or 2?
I don't know, yeah, something. VR
this
something.
Thing's a beast. Here he is coming in with the VR. Coming real hot, leaving outer zone 1, trying to hold on to it, coming into outer zone 2 here.
Kind of left outside zone 2 a little early too. Didn't go deep as he should be at touch and go, and also the last outside zone.
Yeah, he definitely.
But I would have to say, very exciting to see. But he did have a little bit more. His commitment was a little bit too much, which he did watch out, which kind of killed the commitment. He didn't wait a lot. That's almost retired on the line. Same as a lot of the other drivers were getting so I would have to say the commitment level actually drops right there.
Yeah, he had to compensate leaving outer zone 2 after leaving, or outer zone 1 really hot. He had to compensate and dive in, and you can see, like Robbie was saying, he only caught that back end of outer zone 2.
Yeah, so looking at how the line judge has been scoring the scores, I would have to say that's going to be a super high score because he did dip a lot of tires off the track, and also going into outside zone 2, it looked like he left a little early.
So 72 for Horino. Next at the line, ready to go, is going to be number 86, Kenichi Takashima, in his Team Ito Auto Ken with Hirano Tire with Good Ride, JZX 100 Chaser.
So it looks like everybody from all over the world are watching, but
There he is.
let's go, guys.
Takashima coming into this 3-2-1. Struggling a little bit there through that initiation. Not quite all the way into outer zone 1. Let's see how he's going to do here through outer zone 2. Pretty deep early on there. Coming in, finishing strong through outer zone 3. Able to get into outer zone 3. But yeah, that outer zone 2 didn't have to compensate too much for what he missed in outer zone 1.
Shallow up, and it's almost like a straight line. Let's go ahead and see this from the drone view. There you go. And they kind of straight leave going to the touch and go. So there's not a whole lot of angle to angle commitment there as well. So I would have to say a very average score from the style judge. Let's see what the other judges have to say about the angle and line.
So far, we've been in the mid-70s or lower 80s for the scores. And there you go, 65. Not where he wants to be. Definitely has to pick up some points for his next qualify run.
Yeah, so the line affects, I mean, anywhere. I mean, I would have to say the line dictates a lot. In the U.S., it's 40 for line, 30 for angle, and 30 for style, which the FD Japan might be moving towards as well for next year.
But next at the line is going to be number 33, Junya Ishikawa, with Hiroshima Toyota, Team Droopy, 8-6. He took second last year, had a collision with Yamashita, coming into that inside clip, but there is no longer an inside clip. Let's see how he's going to do here. Ripping into outer zone 2, taking out the pylon, committing himself up to outer zone 3 here.
He did miss the last outside zone, but good job by Ishikawa. Looked like there was a lot of commitment. Looked like he was on gas a little bit earlier. I did not like how he had to. Actually, no. That was very good. I would have to say very nice job by Ishikawa on the outside zone 1 to 2 area. And I like the way where he was a good amount of rate to angle from a outside zone 2 to the touch and go area. So I would have to say this is actually probably going to be one of the higher scores out of all the runs that we've seen. I'm just guessing right now.
Yeah, the struggle for him though was that finish right there through outer zone 3.
Yeah, he did miss the outside zone, the last outside zone.
Yeah,
he was a little shallow.
Bit, yeah,
he was a little shallow on the line, but that's a 5-point area.
Yeah, so he can tweak that later.
And it looked like there you
Boom,
go.
90 right there, our top score so far.
Did anybody guess that? Oh, whoa! Look at that. You guys are good. I'm telling you, man. I don't even have to do this anymore, so you guys could do it for us.
Do like a 2-minute judging period, and then they take the sum of it, or the
average
number. Here we are. Next up at the line, already ready to go, is going to be number 46, Yasuhiro Takaki, in his T square with good ride, tack in S13180SX.
Yeah, I'm not sure if he's debuting a new engine.
Coming in with some heat here, coming into outer zone 1. How's he going to connect that here? Oh, looks like he dipped the tire, so right there. Oh! And almost lost it coming into outer zone 3. Huge correction with the transition from the touch and go.
Yeah, so that was an untasteful lead, obviously, coming out outside zone 2. But he no offense, but a lot of people, talk about power and, the car and stuff like that, but you don't have to have a whole lot of power to be able to run a good line. You might have less angle. It might not look as exciting, but you should be able to run a good line. So something that would like to see the drivers to concentrate on.
Now is it incomplete for him? You can see, got that overcast skies. Robbie scratching his head while the camera's on us.
Oh shoot!
No, it was out there in the
Oh,
view.
okay.
From the bird's eye view. So here we
Why
are.
didn't you tell me?
Next up is going to be number 330, Shigehisa Sasayama in his DSL.com JZX 100 Chaser.
So here we go. It's a pretty beefy car that he has here. Really excited to see how he's going to do.
Coming in real strong into outer zone 2 here. Just a subtle movement back into outer zone 3. Played it safe through all those zones pretty much, but definitely could have had a harder flick leaving that outer zone 2.
That was a pretty huge pause. Everything looked okay right here. Then there you go. As you can see, there was a big pause that he made, which is going to hurt his fluidity part of the style score.
We got points all over the place here in the chat right now. Let's see what the judges have for him on his first qualify run. For Sasayama with the big wing, 74.
Yeah, as you can see, I mean, 74 is a C, and I would have to say that was maybe a C run, like line, angle, everything wasn't super low, but it wasn't super high either. So let's see where the borderline is going to be, the bubble.
Yes, this is not Tetsuya Ihai. He is unfortunately unable to make it in his crown. But at the line right now is going to be number 19, Yuichi Amagai, in his Good Ride Motorsports with Perfect Style BLS S15 Sylvia.
Yeah, earlier he went off at the last turn.
Yeah, outer
for
zone
some
3,
reason
he wiped
during
out.
practice, yeah.
The wing carried him away.
There you go.
We'll see how he does here. Talking to him last event, he has a different kit on there, so he's trying to have a different dynamic in his driving. Coming in with a lot of heat, leaving outer zone 1, trying to carry it through to outer zone 2 here. Real deep into outer zone 2.
There you go.
Ooh, and that's the same what he did last time during practice session. Not sure what happened there.
I mean, just watching it's kind of frustrating because watching practice and, you know, throughout a lot of the qualifying, a lot of these drivers doesn't want to hold a lot of angle, and they, like right here, as you can see, look at, it's not even full counter, not full counter. Then look at this, very shallow back to back, and then all of a sudden, boom. So it doesn't look like a lot of these cars are really good at angle, and that's what you really need for drifting, and especially a track like this where you need a whole lot of angle, going from outside zone 1 to 2 and trying to get on gas, using the angle and the momentum of the car to actually slow down instead of waiting for the car to slow down physically by using e-brake and staying off of gas. But you know what? What do I know? I'm just a judge, right?
There you go. You know it all. There you go. Next at the line is going to be number 212, Ryotaro Oe. Like I said before, new livery on there with the Awa Tire Japan Environmental Development Racing S15. He's been killing it during practice. Let's see how much he's going to bring. And let's see if he can wake us up and make us excited.
Exactly. I would like to see, I want to see an exciting run where I want to get out of my seat. And earlier, I would have to say Ishikawa's run was a 90. But I'm not going to say that that was the most exciting run either. It was good. It was really good. But I'm not going to say it was like a whoa, you know. You'll know when we scream and say something dumb on the mic.
Exactly. We're not even halfway through this. I was just looking at this. We're not even halfway through. Usually the bottom 20 drivers, that's the ones that ended the last event on top. So definitely going to be exciting drivers toward the end here. But Let's see how the middle of our pack is going to keep us alive. It looks like he's getting the okay to get the green light and start.
Yeah, they had to fix the track real quick.
So here he goes. Let's see what Oe is going to do. Coming through the chicane now. Rolling up to this 3-2-1. Real early into that initiation into outer zone 1. Nice job in outer zone 1.
Nice.
There you
Good
go, right
job.
there. Just like he was doing all day. Just killing it.
Nice.
Flicking it back around. Coming into outer zone 3.
Oh, dude,
no.
come on.
And y'all heard right there. Something went on. So, yeah, Robbie's lost with words there.
That was a good run. Look at this. Good on outside zone 1. Gets right back on gas right there. Perfect timing going through outside zone 2. Good job by Oe. Nice flick from outside zone 2 to the touch and go, and boom! Straightens and gets an incomplete.
Very frustrating to make it that far and then throw an incomplete right at the end. But you can hear it, the way his engine was performing. Something went on. Either he was in the wrong gear or what the case would have been. But
man, that would have been it would have been over a 90 for sure.
Oh yeah,
for sure.
He presented it all. He filled all the zones, and man, But like I said, he was doing that all day for practice.
Hey.
So his next run, I guarantee, is going to be just as solid.
Okay, so guys, did you guys see that run? Have that in mind and compare that with the other runs that's been scored till now, where he does get back on gas very early, runs around outside zone 2. It looks like the grip and the power and the balance and the momentum that he had worked out really perfectly. So even though he got an incomplete, I'm excited.
Well, let's see how this next driver is going to do for us. It's going to be number 30, Takumi Sato, and his Team Kazama with Power Vehicles, JZX 100 Chaser, coming through the chicane now, or leaving the chicane, coming up to this 3-2-1. And here he is, bringing it into outer zone 1, carrying it through, just struggling, entering the outer zone 2. Kind of lost myself for words there, coming into this outer zone 3 here. Not bad through outer zone 3, but that transition from outer zone 1 to 2 was not the cleanest and didn't have the best fluidity that Robbie's looking for.
Yeah, so he's going to get average-ish score, I would have to say, from the style, because, I mean, he makes it out around the track, but there's a lot of hesitation, similar to some of the other drivers that we had. Everything else didn't look too bad. I'm going to have to say that he did an okay job on the outside zones with the line and everything, except the outside zone 2, I guess. His last zone was pretty good. But coming into outside zone 2, a lot of hesitation from outside zone 1.
And surprisingly, I mean, we haven't seen a lot of hesitation like that, but I was expecting a lot through practice that we saw from these drivers. There you go, 75 for Sato.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not going to say that 75 is not bad, but I would have to say 75 is not that good either. And, you know, that did kind of look like a 70s run, you know.
So next up at the line is going to be number 73, Ikuo Saito, in his Motis Good Ride, West Auto, JZX 100, Motis Chaser. Last time his hood flew open. We'll see how he does here, coming into outer zone 1. Not bad, had to hold back a little bit entering into this outer zone 2. Hard transition there, coming into outer zone 3. Just able to carry and sweep around, smoking out the crowd.
So he's not that bad getting back on gas before the outside zone 2. But at the same time, there's a lot of lift waiting for the car to settle. That's pretty much what we don't want to see. And he really gets back on gas mid of outside zone 2. And right here, too, he has to wait, then get back on gas. Or throttle, I'm sorry. I keep saying gas, but I don't know how to say it in English or in English.
That's a struggle there for them, though, is it's obvious whenever we see them release and get back on. And you'll see it here. You'll see a smoke trail stop and then go back or continue.
Go light,
right
light,
there.
light,
back
boom.
All the way through,
All the way here,
a
then
little bit off, back on
light,
it.
light, boom. Like, that's called you're driving up to the zone. We want people to throw the car at the zone.
So 80 is going to be Saito's first qualify run.
Wow.
We just flipped our list and then
Hey, so yeah, there's only like 6 cars that made it into the 80s and above. So
next up is number 61, Mao Yamanaka with the Good Ride Motorsports S15 Sylvia. He was the champ for FDJ2 last year. And let's see how he's going to do here today. First time in FDJ competing in Ebisu. Here he is leaving the chicane, coming up to the 3-2-1. Ooh, coming in real hot.
oh my God, he just blew initiation.
Swinging back around, trying to collect himself to the second part of his track into this touch and go.
Wow.
A lot of movement on that car. See here coming through this replay into this 3-2-1. You'll see how his car started hopping and kind of threw him off.
Yeah, I think he messed up initiation where he was going to do maybe a flick going the other way, a reverse flick going to the initiation area, but yeah, very, very sloppy run by Yamanaka. And even the outside zone, last outside zone, it was hesitant, and he got on gas and the car went straight. Didn't want to stick around at the last outside zone, so I'd have to say he's gonna have to try harder for a second run because I think everything kind of didn't match up the way he wanted it to at initiation. So there you go.
There you go, 62. A little wild on that entry, almost three-wheeling coming through. But there you go. You can see the score, 62 for him. Next up at the line is gonna be number 218, Konosuke Fujimoto and his D-Dash Racing S15. Looks like he's getting the green light to start. Fujimoto coming up to the 3-2-1 here. Hard
Nice
into outer
job.
zone 1 right
Oh.
there. Can he carry it all the way through? There you go, carrying into outer zone 2. Real deep, dipping maybe a tire there, coming into the touch and go to outer zone 3. Was real deep and filled those zones all the way. Probably dipping a tire in that outer zone 2. We'll have to see here on the replay.
Yeah, so another another bad example of hesitation where I think they're not throwing enough angle to settle themselves to get back on gas, and they're trying to figure it out as they go. And the less angle you run, the more and more the car is going to want to go to the outside too. So it looks like they're getting to the track, or they're getting to the zone. They're getting to the zone and trying to figure out when they get there. Mm-hmm. So I think a lot of these drivers have to kind of, know what they're doing before they get there. I mean, it's really hard to explain, but.
There you go, 82 for his first qualify run. And that's the biggest thing. Yesterday we had practice from 9 to 4, I believe it was. So they had all day to practice yesterday. They had about roughly a little over an hour to practice today. But definitely new setup, new challenges for these drivers. But next up is going to be number 93, Manki Ito in his Team Hirano Tire JZX 100 Chaser. Here he is coming in hot into the 3-2-1, initiating real early through that 3-2-1 to outer zone 1. Diving real sharp into outer zone 2. Wasn't able to get to outer zone 2 except the last half there. And just throwing himself off after that through outer zones, or the touch and go in outer zone 3. So here's the replay. Came real aggressive, but maybe too much.
Yeah, so he initiated too early, killed the momentum going to outside zone 2 a little bit too much, and didn't make it all the way to outside zone 2.
.67 for his first qualified run for Ito. Next at the line is going to be number 963, Daichi Mizutani in the Mizutani Motors.
Yeah, no, I'm just reading the comments right now. It's the run-up is the same. The start line is the same. We actually push back, or the 3-2-1 cone is actually deeper too. So it's actually a slightly longer run-up.
Here's Mizutani right here coming into outer zone 1. Not bad through that outer zone 1. Let's see how he's going to clean. Oh, too hot. Dipping 2 tires there through outer zone 2. Right there, back on it. Almost too early though, coming through outer zone 3.
I mean, once again, you know, I mean, I sound like a broken record saying the same thing, so I'm just going to stop. It's very similar. Like the scores are even similar too. They're all staying within 30 to 32 because of the lack of angle going to outside zone 2 and not getting on. Or even if they got on gas early, it's going to push the car outside because they don't have enough angle. And that's a bad combination where you want to use the car and the angle and the gas to slow down. So
one of the comments was well said. Robbie does sound like a upset father.
I mean, you know,
especially since it's Father's Day weekend.
Yeah, maybe tomorrow will be a different day.
Exactly,
it's
true.
Qualified. You know what? You know, the first qualified run, always a slow start. Looking forward to the second run, everybody being excited, you know?
Exactly. They turn it up and they actually throw down. So we'll see.
I'm very honest, I would have to say, right? So you can tell if I'm happy or not. See, there you go. I'm okay happy right now. I'm okay happy right now. Or I'm sorry, maybe right in the middle.
I'll get you an energy drink here at the split point.
Yeah, grab me one of those Kivas.
There you go.
Yeah.
There you go, 80 for his first qualified run for Mizutani.
All right, yeah.
So at the line, ready to go in the Lexus IS is going to be Yuta Komatsu, number 80, with Komatsu Racing.
Yeah, I see this car a lot. Komatsu rents space from my shop. So I see this car parked every time I go to my shop. So let's see how he does.
Let's see how he's going to do today. He said it was kind of a struggle to understand the new course layout, but here he is coming in outer zone 1. Ooh, carrying a little bit too much. Oh, and having a little bit of straightening up halfway through that outer zone 2.
So it looked like it. I mean, it looked like his clutch started slipping. Yeah, it looked like his clutch was slipping. I have no idea. I mean, that might be critical for him because right there too, can't hold good angle. Looks like he tries to get back on gas and boom. Maybe his clutch is slipping.
Yeah.
And right there too, see? Initiates, try to do the last corner. Man, I mean, if it is his clutch, man, he's in trouble because there's not a lot of time in between these rounds. And I know that it's possible to do it because some of the teams will do engine swaps in 30 minutes. But I'm not going to say that.
He might have time, especially since we have the small little break and then we have all these drivers.
The problem is a lot of these drivers don't bring spares.
You're right. But this next driver right here,
he don't have to worry about it because he's with Team Cusco.
Exactly.
And he's only 12 years old.
Number 771, Hiroya Minoa. in the A90, Cusco A90 Supra.
All right.
Like he said, 12 years old. Let's see how he's going to throw down and show all these grown men how it's done. Here he is coming into outer zone. Trying to find it here through outer zone 2 for him. Ripping back around here through the touch and go. He's trying to carry it as deep as he can through that outer zone 3.
Yeah, I would have to say, I'm not going to say he did get back on gas earlier than some of the folks that did outside zone 2, but the energy that he brings from outside zone 1, initiation to outside zone 1 is very low, which creates him doing the right things, but there's not that flare where he's throwing the car and it doesn't look, I'm not going to say dangerous, but it looks like the run was very, very fixed.
Yeah.
And it was within...
and like you always say every event, when you throw yourself on the wrong line from the start, it's going to kind of affect the rest of the zone. So that outer zone 1, he had to stop and kind of correct himself through the entry of outer zone 2. And you could see how he kind of hesitated with the throttle and everything. So before we move on to the next driver, we'll see what the judges have for him.
I think he wasn't able to initiate the way he wanted to at initiation, because it didn't look like he was able to throw too much of the car. He kind of just like dabbed the e-brake.
Yep.
And it didn't throw into angle. But he got a 75. I don't know what the bubble is for today's top 32. Let's go ahead and see after the first qualified runs by all these drivers.
So next up is number seven, Junji Yamamoto in his 5X2JZ FD3S. So Minoa, though, they swapped the engine out yesterday, so that's another thing, too.
He had a motor blown, so I don't think he was able to practice as much as he was supposed to.
So here we go, Yamamoto coming through 3-2-1.
Wow,
not bad through outer zone 1. See how he's going to carry it into outer zone 2. Whoa! Real deep right there through outer zone 2, possibly dipping 3 tires. And just tried to clean himself up through that touch and go to be able to make it to outer zone 3.
Yeah, so back to what I was talking about earlier. This was a little different approach where his line went a little bit too in from the outside zone 1, then he threw a lot of angle to get the car back on track. There's a lot of tires off of the track. I would have to say he was a little bit he threw himself a little bit too much in a weird angle or a weird line.
There you go. That's the spectators right there, right outside of outer zone 3. And then right behind them, that used to be the pit area, which the left side of it is pits, but the right where the overhangs are, those are actually now the vendor booths. So if you're out here, go check out the vendors. If you're coming out tomorrow, that's where they'll be. Go give them some love. Check out the merch. Here you go. Here's the replay where his position was not bad into outer zone 1, but here it is.
Yeah, so basically the way he just threw himself from the initiation to outside zone 1, it's going to become a V line. It's supposed to be an arc. It's supposed to be a turn where we want the car to look smooth going from outside zone 1 all the way to outside zone 2. But he threw himself straight going to B line from outside zone 1 towards outside zone 2. Basically, that carries too much momentum, throws himself off the track, and that's why he ended up a couple tires off of the track. That was almost 3 tires, I would have to say.
It was very close. See what the judges have for his first qualified run for Yamamoto. Give him a wave.
Hey, let's wake up. Oh.
72. Then they cut you off. 72 is his first qualified run.
Why are they doing this to me? I was in a good mood and they cut me off. It's messed up.
They're giving you the reality.
I know. All right, fine. I'm not, not good on the eyes, this face of mine, but.
Just the scores they need from you. So next up is going to be number 888, Kenji Yamada in the Larada Club Racing VL S15.
All right, so this is another exciting driver to watch. So I am looking forward to seeing how exciting he's going to be.
Yeah, rocking the SR2. Here he is coming through 3-2-1. Bam, we're able to get right back on it through outer zone 2 here.
Ooh. You know what? It's not what I was looking for, but that was a nice run.
Yes,
I would have
carried
to
it
say.
through all the zones. Definitely had to let off a little, leaving outer zone 1 to outer zone 2. But man, he carries some speed and dynamic coming from that through 2-1.
Yeah. The reason why I'm saying it's not what I wanted to see, I would have to say it would be like a grip to power difference from some of the cars, but he made it work. He did everything in his power that he can, and I think that's like the max limit of what the car can do. And I would have to say that the commitment that he showed right now with what he wanted to do with his car. Look at this. Very nice. I wish he was able to get on gas earlier, but I think if he did put more grip into the car or whatever, maybe the car's doesn't have enough torque or something. So it's like a really, really well-balanced run. So I would have to say definitely looking forward to seeing a pretty nice score. Right
Bam,
there you
90.
go.
And like you always say, you have to sacrifice something.
Exactly, and maybe if he ran more grip or did something else, that might be an 85-point run, you know? So he did everything in his power. Look at that line, perfect 30-point line score. Very, very great job by Kenji Yamada. Tied at first right now with the 90.
But next up is not going to be Tamagawa. Tamagawa's unable to make it. But next up at the line, most of y'all know, I see it already in the chat happening right now, is going to be the Brazilian favorite, 555 Yukio Fausto with the Sidex Japan with Liberty Walk S15. Rocking the Liberty Walk kit. Beautiful color, beautiful wrap. I mean, it's phenomenal.
Yeah, it's got the chrome purple with the bright colors. I would have to say, very, very Yukio looking car.
Yes, and we'll see right here about how flashy this run is right here coming into the feature run.
Oh,
there it is, throwing in, coming in, making a smoke show, coming through outer zone 2 here.
Oh my God, what happened?
Threw himself offline from the start, but here he is finishing strong through outer zone 3 in front of the fans.
I mean,
but like you said, from the jump, when you throw yourself offline, that's going to affect. So outer zone 1 kind of threw off, and that's where you got affected in outer zone 2.
Exactly. All these tracks, you have to start right. You got to start on the right foot. Right here, he misses outside zone 1 a lot, and there you go. That kind of throws him off, where it's going to take him into a weird line, which makes him hesitant, become very hesitant outside zone 2. This is a number of mistakes that Fausto had just made on his first run.
You could tell from the start he wanted to get throttle happy, but his positioning on the course itself is what threw him off.
See, and what's crazy is when we watch him practice, he does land those crazy runs, and I've seen him qualify first. I think he qualified first a few years back here too, because he's got a heavy right foot.
And
right
last
there.
year, yeah. Last year he had a solid qualify run too.
Yeah, so I think he was trying to deal with this mistake that he made at the beginning of the run, and ended up bringing multiple mistakes afterwards. So, I mean, you know what? That's the first run. Looking forward to what he's going to do for us for a second run.
There you go, 70. Got some points on the board, but a lot of room for improvement for him. But once again, fan favorite still popping up in the chats right now.
Fan favorite?
Fan favorite. That's a
tongue twister.
Tongue twister right there. Next at the line is going to be 666 Shinichi Mano and his Vittor Racing with Chadi Boy style.
That's 6 6s.
Yes,
666 and a 666.
And a 666 coming through into the 3-2-1. Rocking some flashy wheels coming into outer zone 2. Taking that first pylon out. You can hear the throttle that he had leaving outer zone 1 coming through that transition, but had to kind of decel a little coming into outer zone 3. Here's the replay coming up to outer zone 1 here. Real shallow in outer zone 1.
So right there, once again, you know, outside zone 1, going through outside zone 1, not enough angle. They try to pour angle onto the car as they go towards outside zone 2, but it's too late, where you want to throw a little bit more angle before that and get back on gas, so it'll give you the early, man, I must have said this 800 times already, so I'm gonna stop.
No, keep going with the broken record comments.
And I think
I must say, 77, there you go. How many of y'all like the amount of us Robbie says?
the what?
Nothing.
The
Yeah,
Yeah, I say that a lot.
it's okay. It's a good filler. Maybe we should fill it with something else. No, something else.
Say what?
Make it original to you.
Yeah.
Pen clicking, maybe?
Yeah. Yeah.
We can bring the pen clicking back.
Yeah. Word. Yeah.
There we go. Up next, right here, is going to be number 770, Yoshitaka Kaneda, coming in with his GR86, Kusuke GR86.
Whoa.
Missed outer zone 1 there. Let's see how he's going to pick it up and collect himself. Ooh, real wild there. Not expecting this out of Kaneda right here. Finishing off strong into in outer zone 3, taking the pylon out.
You know what? I'm not going to lie, but some of these mistakes that these drivers make, and, you know, since as a judge, we have to judge everything evenly. So throughout these first few runs, we've been scoring them, but I think I've been kind of generous on the style part of it, even though they make these mistakes, because it's so common.
Mm-hmm.
That's why I would like to reward the cars that doesn't make those mistakes, you know what I mean?
Yeah, so it's almost like curving it for it. So
Exactly.
not the best by him. 66 is going to view his first qualify run. Definitely seeing a lot better out of him. Kaneda was in FDJ2 last year, did a phenomenal job, took second, rolled up to the main event here with Formula Drift Japan this year. But he'll have to clean it up for his second qualifying run. But next up is going to be number 24, Takatoshi Maeda, in his 5X Tires Navigate Penske Kara-C MJC S14.
That was long.
That was a lot going on there. Here he is. Let's see what's going to go on here for his first qualify run. Not bad in outer zone 1, but definitely had to catch himself there coming into outer zone 2.
What was going on right there?
Huge movement there in the transition from outer zone 2 to the touch and go.
All right, so we got a we have to really look at this run. There you go. He's already dipping tires outside zone 1, wavering there. Dips 2 tires. I would have to say third line. Then right there, very shallow, going from outside zone 2, and finishes it off. But yeah, a lot of mistakes made by Ima Maeda. I mean, that's really important, where there's only the initiation part of it. Then right here, coming from outside zone 2, look at that. Almost pretty much straightening out there. So we would have to dock him a lot for...
I loved his entry. Like, he had a lot of flair and dynamic and commitment, but then it was almost too much because he is like, oh, I'm overshooting it now. So that's where he kind of overshot the start of outer zone 2.
Yep, so I would have to say definitely definitely a lot of mistakes made by Ima Maeda for his first run.
There you go. That's the first part of the pits. There's actually 3 pit sections here. This is behind where all the vendors are at. Then you go down the hill. If you've been here before, Kuru Land's one of the pits, and the other one's right up the hill.
And we also have
66.
Oh, there you go, 66.
We'll see here. Up at the line now is going to be number 38, Tadahito Fukada. Been here since day 1. He actually placed 3rd place last year here at Ebisu West Course. He's with Tanaba SSR Team Dunlop with Weld in his JZX 100 Mark II. Took it real easy through his initiation there to outer zone 1. Just trying to fill those zones now. Get a run in the books, it looks like. Real safe run by Fukada. So we'll see here. There's a replay. Filled outer zone 1. Didn't have a huge right to angle, then coming back around, filling all of outer zone 2 there. Beautiful job in outer zone 2. Not a hard flick through the touch and go, transitioning, but filling all of outer zone 3. So he definitely filled the zones, but didn't have, I guess, what Robbie's looking for, the style and dynamic, the fluidity that he was anticipating. So we'll see here, once again, the replay. Not a bad run by Fukada. See what the judges have. Still got a healthy part of the fleet left for the first round of qualifying. There you go, 73 for his first qualify run for Fukada. Robbie's catching some word from the tech guys.
Yeah, so it looks like Kangushi is the next driver up, but I don't know. I guess the car had problems at the last practice run that he made, and he just barely made it into the burnout box. And now he's doing his warming up his tires, and he's going to be coming up to the line. But it doesn't look like he's having a lot of luck with this car, because he did have a lot of trouble at Suzuka. And now he is creeping up to the start line there. So here you go. This is a current Formula Drift USA driver, Kangushi, all the way from the US.
He's with the Team Kazama with Power Vehicles, Motis, Lexus RC, VR 4.3. So yeah, like Robbie was saying, he had some suspension arm issues. I think one of them snapped yesterday during practice. They had to repair that, get it squared away, and it's just a battle that they're facing with a new build. But here they are, here he is coming up to the 3-2-1. Ripping into outer zone 1 there, carrying it through to outer zone 2. Showing that 4.3 liter power.
See, I'm not going to say that was a dynamic run, but I would have to say he knows what he has to do at the track. I'm not sure if he's used to, obviously, the FD style judging or whatever, but I would have to say not a bad run by Kangushi. A little bit of waiver there, fills outside zone 1, makes it all the way out to outside zone 2, a little bit late on the gas. Looked like he was waiting to settle the car as well, but not bad run by Kangushi.
Still impressive in the fact that he hasn't had a lot of seat time in this vehicle. And here's the overlook right here where you can see how he filled the zones. Not too bad at all right there through outer zone 2. Here he is coming through the touch and go, carrying it through from the touch and go all the way to outer zone 3 right in front of the spectators.
Yeah, so like I said, I'm not going to say that's probably the best performance or his driving from him currently, but I would have to say that seems like it's a pretty good enough run. There you go, 86 points.
86.
See, I hope everybody, I don't know if we're commentating to the point where it's very easy for everybody to understand, but I hope you can realize and look at the car and the runs and be like, oh, that's why they, got that score. Or, hey, that's why, he had a high score or a low score, because, I mean, that was obviously, it was easy because he did fill a lot of the zones properly, so.
Next up is number 75, Koji Nagase, and the Team Kazama with Power Vehicles JZX 100 Chaser. But like you were saying, it's easy to tell because most of the scores you're saying, or that's getting produced, they're already saying on the live chat. Here's Nagase coming around to outer zone 1. Last year he was a J2 driver. Here he is stepping up to the big leagues in FDJ. Not carrying a crazy amount of rate to angle and then falling off right there off the track after the finish.
All right, so the major mistake he made was he doesn't look like he fills the outside zone 1, throws shallow angle, makes it deep into outside zone 2, then starts to pour on the angle right here around outside zone 2. So I would have to say the commitment level of it, not as high as it should be. But I would have to say very smooth, and he did run the outside zone, outside line for most of the zones. So the line score shouldn't be too bad either.
We'll have to see. Hopefully nothing got damaged after he came off the finish line there. He fell off line or the track and hopefully didn't damage anything. But yeah, Nagase usually does pretty solid runs, but he struggled right there through that outer zone 1. There you go, 70 for his qualify run.
So I think the car Nagase is driving is actually the owner of Team Kazama's car, Mr. Kazama's
okay,
car,
yeah.
yeah, Kazama Auto's car, which he competed in last year with that JZX. All right, another exciting car.
Next up is going to be number 36, Kazumi Takahashi in his TMS Racing Team Cylone Tire BMW E92.
It's a number 36, but it's a E92. It's not even an E90, or it's not even an E46. It's the E92. BMW
I don't know where you were getting there, but let's go. Here he is coming in at 3-2-1. Like you said, exciting, and that's what he's bringing right here through the flare, coming into outer zone 2. Oh, but tipping the tires there. But what a smoke show he is throwing down, giving us a sample of what it's going to be like for tandem tomorrow.
All right, so once again right here, he takes a very different approach. Outside zone 1, then he cuts right in, pours on angle, then takes a very, very weird line, the V line, where he should be, it should be a turn, like a U line. And basically he wasn't able to do that.
That's the biggest thing. They want.
Here we go. We're going to have to see if he dips 3 tires at outside zone 2, right?
So like Robbie was saying, that outer zone 2 is a large sweeper that they're supposed to just sweep around, not dive in and then create that V form.
All right, so what we're doing is outside zone 2, it looks like his front left tire exceeds the outside line because he goes a little bit too deep into outside zone 2.
Trying to get this zone drone replay going on for Takahashi on his first qualify run. So last year, halfway through the year, he switched over to a JZX 100, realized that wasn't him, came back to the GR BMW, but I think now it's got a VR in it.
Yep.
And here he is.
Yeah, that's got to be 3 tires off right there.
So yeah, now he's got a different power plant under the hood with the VR. And you can see him throw down the amount of smoke he's throwing, but we will see.
Dude, it's pretty windy up here. Yep, unfortunately, we're going to have to give him an incomplete. And yeah, we're going to be fair with all the judging. And obviously, that looked like it was 3 tires off with the front left tire at outside zone 2. So we're going to have to give him an incomplete. He's going to have to go for the qualify score on his second run.
So at the line, ready to go is number 99, Kazuya Matsukawa, in his Hiroshima Toyota Team Droopy AE85 Trano. And he's been throwing down. I think he was one of the first in practice that started tandeming with other people.
Yeah, see, so the confidence that you have where you could start tandeming early on. There you go, fairly good job. Man, right, once again, oh man, I mean,
which is strange, not throwing a lot of smoke throughout his run there. But like they're saying on the other end, he did come in real hot into outer zone 1 and throughout the course. There he is, sweeping around, coming through the touch and go, taking both pylons out, ripping back around, and making these course workers work today. Here's the overview. You can really see where he was at in those zones. Not bad into outer zone 1 there, but outer zone 2, he was dipped a tire or two right there on the middle portion of it, and then right there you can see how he dipped in the touch and go. So not the ideal line for him. Trying to bring some dynamic out with the amount of speed he was bringing into outer zone 1, but kind of came out of control through outer zone 2. So we'll see what score the judges have for him.
Yeah, so basically this car is very light and he puts it where he wants to put it, which is good. But at the same time, he doesn't use the angle correctly to stop the car. As you can see, there's not a whole lot of flare where he's just running the outside line, which he's probably going to get a high line score, but I would have to say angle and style is going to have to probably be somewhere around average.
So we'll see here. We are coming down to our last 10 drivers for the first qualify run.
Like, I think judging kind of puts the drivers in a box, but we also want to make sure that the drivers has their own style and flair to show us an exciting run, you know? So 82 is not bad at all, but I would have to say if he had a little bit more style there or more flair, like let's say angle and more throttle there, his score, I mean, it would be in the 90s easily. So hopefully you can figure that out for the next run.
Here's a pretty sweet JZX 100 Chaser coming up with number 5, Tomoki Tanaka in his V-Style Good Ride with Tetsujin. Nice flat black. See how he's going to do here coming up to the 3-2-1. Wasn't quite as deep as he probably wanted to be in outer zone 1 there. Trying to make up for it here through the rest of the track. Ripping around to outer zone 3. But overall, pretty safe, not too crazy.
Yeah, so going back to our old routine where, you know, a lot of the cars, they seem like they're doing bare minimal and not really showing us what they're capable of doing. They're just pretty much driving around the track and trying to do the safe route. And maybe I'm right about it because it is the first run and they don't want to go crazy and get it incomplete. But yeah, definitely not as exciting as it should be, in my opinion.
See what the score is. There's the fans right there, right on the outside of outer zone 3.
Yeah, and it's a good turnout today because it's qualify, you know, and usually everybody wants to come for the tandem battles. And, you know, thank you very much for Ebisu Circuit. You know, they always...
Boom,
oh, there you go, 76. Yeah, and thanks to Ebisu Circuit, they always, you know, we get to talk to them to set up the events, and they're really cooperative. Even, you know, extending the track, they even offered that to us, you know, which made us create a new outside zone 2 on this track.
But at the line, ready to go, is going to be number 10, Hokuto Matsuyama in his Trail Motor Apex Racing Team R GR86.
Here you go, another exciting young driver teaming up with the TMAR Racing.
Here he is, ripping into outer zone 1. Nice job through that outer zone 1.
Good. A little small on the line. I think he's getting back on gas a little too fast, especially at the last outside zone, but definitely very exciting to watch.
Yes.
I would have to say he would have to fill outside zone 2 and the last zone a little bit better, but this is the kind of flare we want to see. A lot of angle going in from the outside zone 1. If he was a little bit more deeper, outside zone 2 would have been perfect in that area. And right here too, doesn't make it all the way out to outside zone, the last outside zone, but pretty close. So I have to say,
he definitely had a lot more flair than a lot of these drivers, especially like you said, the rates angle coming into outer zone 1. Able to get to outer zone 2, but could have been a little deeper, just like you were saying here, coming into outer zone 3. So overall, not bad. Should be a pretty solid score for him.
What are we getting for the guesses?
Ooh, high 90s.
Interesting.
So we'll see here. 88. So high 80s for him. You already saw at the line is going to be the champ. It's going to be number 8, Koichi Yamashita with Team Weld in the JZX 100 Mark II. He got knocked out pretty early in that in the battle's last event.
I think it's grade 8. He made it to the grade 8.
Okay, so yeah, after that, but the thing is he won here last year, and he won off of a pretty bad crash that he sustained for his vehicle.
Yeah, exactly. So looking forward to how he's going to handle this run.
Here he is coming through the 3-2-1. Just grazing outer zone 1 right there, trying to pick it back up. Real shallow into outer zone 2.
There was a huge hesitation at outside zone 2, but other than that, it looked like he put everything together fairly well.
Yeah, the touch and go to the outer zone 3 was very solid. But we'll see. Yeah, last year he crashed in the inside clip. There is no inside clip, so it's definitely going to be different.
Yeah, small waiver going towards outside zone 1, then right there. If he didn't have that hesitation, it would have actually put him on the right line, and that would have been a really, really high score overall. But because of one small mistake, that did kind of take him where I'm not going to say that this is going to be a low score. It's going to be a fairly high score, I would have to say, compared to a lot of the other scores, but definitely has a lot of room to make better.
So we'll see here. Got kind of mid to high 80s for his score. We'll see what the judges have in total. That's right there into outer zone 3. You got the crew, Ebisu crew out there. 85 for his first qualify run.
A lot of room to make better for that run. See, that small mistake that he made at outside zone 2 probably cost him, I would have to say, a total of like 6-7 points easily. And if he didn't do that, that would have been like a 92 or 93. So definitely room to grow.
Exactly. Next at the line is going to be number 311, Naoto Suenaga. He was in S15 last year. Here he is in a 370Z powered by a VR with the Altis Tire Drift Team Fukushima. Another one out here as a home track coming around outer zone 2 through the touch and goes here. Had a little bit of hesitation coming into that outer zone 3.
I would have to say he didn't make major corrections compared to Yamashita's run right now, but very similar in my opinion, because of the fluidity wasn't really there, where he could have been a little bit more smoother from the zone to zone and getting back on gas and everything. It looked like he was, doing like multiple things just to keep the car as stable as possible.
So there you go. He did everything he could to fill the zones, but I think he took away from his style and commitment.
So, the commitment, hopefully one of these drivers will do it, but it's really, really, really hard.
Boom, 87.
It's really hard to get the car to angle and get back on gas and not knowing where it's going to go. It's really scary. So everybody is, I would have to say a lot of these drivers are working within a fixed run. They're not just like going all out.
Mm-hmm. Next up at the line is going to be number 77, Yusuke Kusaba in the Team Cusco Racing GR86. I got to speak to him right before or during practices today, and he was saying loves the car. It's everything that he's used to driving. He struggled a little bit in the A90 Supra that he had the last few years, but here he is out here. Let's see how he's going to do for his first qualify run. Looks like he was right on that edge. Looked like he might have dipped the tire coming into this transition through the touch and go. Ooh, and real deep in outer zone 3, taking the pylon out.
Yeah, so Kusaba, it looked like it started to become an exciting run right here, but he lost his mojo, it seems like, from outside zone 1 going outside zone 2. Then he really had to wait just to get back on gas and wait for the car to settle.
So there you go.
Right where he passed the outside zone 2 right now, you have to understand that the radius of the turn gets tight. So setting your car up and the angle up for that tight radius a little bit before is very important. And a lot of these drivers are driving up to it and trying to deal with it right when they get there.
Yeah.
Man, that was probably the best way I explained it today.
It was well said. There you go. 83 for his first qualify run for Kusaba. Yeah, that was well said. But here we are next at the line. Suffer some severe damage in his original car that he was going to bring and compete in. But here he is, number 530, Wataru Masuyama, in his Good Ride Motorsports GR Yaris.
So he got to drive this a little bit yesterday at practice and today. So let's see how he's going to do this.
Not bad at all right there, coming through outer zone 1 into outer zone 2. A little shallow into outer zone 2, but let's see how he's going to clean it up through this touch and go. Ripping into outer zone 3 here. Not bad at all for driving that thing maybe 5 times.
Yeah, like I said, you know, I'm not going to say that was a perfect run, but that was a very clean run by Masuyama, where he is usually driving a car that's totally different from this. But look at this. This must be really hard because there's no overhang on this car, so he has to be really, really on the outside line. But it looks like he manages to do that. The car doesn't go off course. He keeps it within the outside zones and deep enough too. So there may be a few points dinged here and there. I wish he was able to throw a little bit more angle, but that might be a trust issue because I'm pretty sure he's not used to that car. If he was able to throw a little bit more angle at the apex of in between outside, or excuse me, the turn going from outside zone 1 to 2, if he was able to throw a little bit more angle, a little bit more deeper early on gas there, yeah, that would have been a good score. But I'm telling you, this is probably a pretty, this is going to be a pretty nice score for him as well.
I think he's going to be very impressed with it, especially, like I said, he only drove it a handful of time. 86 right there for his qualify run. His 350Z, Thursday, sustained a lot of damage. I want to say 3 out of the 4 suspensions were shot, like completely destroyed.
Yeah, all 4 sides, or 3 sides.
3
was shot, and they said the subframe was tweaked and everything. So
next up at the line is going to be number 23, Yuji Saito, in the Car Shop Glitter with Car Life Orange and Nextstream.
The VR
powered S15.
He was 4th, missed podium by 1 last event.
Here he is coming out the boost up and coming in real hot into outer zone 1. Brushing right, shallow into outer zone 1 to see how he's going to carry it the rest of the way through outer zone 2 and this touch and go. Overall, not bad at all.
Yeah, I mean, kind of going back to how it was. I mean, I'm not going to say he's using the car movement 100%. I like the way he initiates. A little bit of waver there, then he waits, e-brakes, gets back on gas fairly early, which is nice, and he has the e-brake coming around here too. So there's a lot of adjustments here and there to make this run. But I would have to say, as a style score, that was probably an average run. I'm not going to say it's going to be super spectacular just because of the adjustments that he had to make. But overall, I think it's going to be, you know, a fairly good score for him. There you go.
There you go, 85. Mid-80s. I had a mid-80s to 90s score, or high 80s on the chat, so right around there. Now we're down to our last 3 drivers right here. Number 87, Daigo Saito in the Trail Motor Apex Racing TMAR GR86. Don't have to say much for him. Exciting driver, got third at Suzuka Twin. Let's see how he's gonna do here. Coming through the chicane up to the 3-2-1. Bringing that dynamic and flair. Nice job into that outer zone 1. Here he is ripping around to that outer zone 2 there. All that throttle through right here, transitioning into this outer zone 3.
Wow.
And Robbie was waiting for him all day. He saw him in practice. He says, it could be done. Daigo did it. So here you go. Here he is coming around.
And to be honest, it looks like he's even holding back right here too. Look at the smoke trail. A lot of throttle. I wish he was a little bit, his flick from the outside zone 2 to the touch and go was a little bit more harder, but definitely a good line going towards outside zone 1 to 2, and enough angle which gives him the opportunity to get back on throttle earlier. Very clean run, stayed on the outside line throughout the track. Definitely going to be a good score. There you go.
96. Our highest score right now, 96 for Daigo Saito. Phenomenal run right there overall.
He's probably going to go for 100 on his second run.
I know, he's going to go hard next time. But we still have 2 drivers up, very experienced drivers for this circuit here. It's going to be Kanta, number 57, with the Linglong Tire Drift Team Orange JZX 100 Chaser. Got second place at Suzuka Twin. We'll see how he's going to do. He took first in qualifying round 1, so we'll see if he can take first here for round 2. Anticipation. Here he is coming through the chicane. Not holding back, coming into outer zone 1, taking both pylons out there.
He came in a little too hot. He had to wait.
Had to let up a lot there coming in outer zone 2, but there's a touch and go, taking the pylon out through outer zone 3 and almost over-rotating through that finish. Man, here you go. Here he is coming in real hot into that outer zone 1, but it might have been too much for him. Dipping the 2 tires there and then really having to decel coming in that outer zone 2.
But I would have to say it's still exciting, you know. Yeah, he's knocking out those outside zone cones like they're bowling pins.
So yeah, Kanta actually works out here, so he's probably like, oh, I don't have to pick pylons up, so I'm gonna make my buddies do that.
Yeah. Hey, so it's funny because you would think he has the advantage to drive this track, but we designed this track and nobody knew about it until later. And Ebisu Circuit didn't fill that outside zone 2 area asphalt until like a couple days ago anyways. So nobody was able to practice, so it's pretty much even for all the drivers.
Well, we'll have to see here. We are leading up to our last qualified driver for the first round of qualifying. We're still awake.
Peace.
I know everybody's saying we seem like we're falling asleep. We're going to get Andrew drinking us and hopefully wake up a little bit more.
Yeah, so we made it through. That was 49. This is the 49th driver that we're going to be judging.
But there you go, 83 for Kanta.
So Kanta got knocked for a lot of the line score because he did go over the line at a couple of the zones. So I'm pretty sure if he cleans that up, it's going to be a fairly good score. But now, last event's champion, Masanori Kohashi, is at the line.
He's also in the Linglong Tire Drift Team Orange. He's in an S15. Like he said, one first round. Let's see if he can hold through here, qualify high so he can get round 2. Here he is coming into 3-2-1 to outer zone 1. Holding on here strong, coming into this outer zone 2, right on that edge of outer zone 2. Beautiful job. Hard flick back around, taking the pylon out into outer zone 3. So there you go. Yeah, Linglong took first and second last event. Let's see how they're going to pan out. We got some big teams out here. Here he is. Look at that. Outer zone 1, not too bad. And there he was right there on the fine edge of outer zone 2. With a nice aggressive flick, taking out the second part of that pylon and finishing strong there. So that right there was 49 drivers that we just faced. And we still got to face them again for their second round.
So right here too, he does a really, really good job, but as you can tell, he drives up to the outside zone 2. And I hope you guys realize what I'm looking at as well, where Daigo Saito basically uses the car and the angle and drives around it, not drives from outside zone 1 and waits for the car to settle to get back on gas in outside zone 2. But still 92. But still 92.
So yes, definitely high scores for our last 10 drivers. We were in the high 80s to low 90s. So beautiful job for our last 10 drivers. But looks like we're starting back from the top here shortly with 49 more runs that we will view, get some energy in us. You know, maybe do some push-ups, jumping jacks, wake ourselves back up.
All right, so hey, go get lunch, go get dinner, go get breakfast, go get whatever you got to go get, because we have an hour. We have an hour, exactly. If you got to take a nap, make sure you set your alarm for an hour later from now, where we will be back. Let's see, I have to calculate this right now. We're going to be back at 13:30, which is 1:30 in the afternoon, Japan time, Japan Pacific time. Make sure you're back at 1:30. Right now, right now in Japan it is
11:56.
Oh, actually, we got an hour and a half. It's noon right now in Japan. Okay. So go and take a quick break. Please come back to watch it, because I'm pretty sure that these drivers are going to be turning it up for their second runs.
Oh, for sure. And right now we have Daigo Saito in the lead with a 96. And trickling right behind him, it looks like it's going to be Kohashi with a 92. So definitely going to be locked in. We got a lot of foreigners back, so if those of you that missed the foreign drivers that started us off in the top 49 or the 49 drivers, come back, check them out. They're ready to compete after 2.5 years of not being here.
Where's the camera at?
It is over there.
Right over there, yeah. So don't go anywhere. Well, you can go somewhere, but be back at 1:30 Japan time.
Exactly. Thank y'all. We are viewing the chat. We are seeing y'all. We appreciate y'all for viewing in, listening to us. And we're going to try to take your
we
advice.
Appreciate y'all. We're viewing you, y'all, and we love y'all. And what else, y'all?
I mean, I guess we can replace with y'all.
Exactly. Okay, y'all. Oh, so let's talk a little about the track.
Well, no, on top of that, so tomorrow we got qualifying. We got top 32, or today we got qualifying. Tomorrow we got top 32 and top 16. So... And on top of that, you can view these later on if you'd like. They're going to be stayed in the archive or stored in the archive, so check those out. Give us a little message. We're reading the messages. We're trying to fix whatever we're messing up, especially saying or talking too much during the cars driving by. Obviously, the engines sound a lot better than my voice or Robbie's voice, so we're definitely trying to tweak ourselves. It's been 8 weeks since we were here together. When I say together, us and the fans.
Oh, okay. I thought you meant at Ebisu. No. I was like, I didn't come to Ebisu with you in a long time.
That's true. It has been quite some time.
So, it's a nice weather out here.
Wonder what's for lunch today.
Yeah, I wonder what's for lunch today. What's for lunch for you guys? Let us know what you ate. Let us know what you did in between the breaks, actually, when you come back.
Oh, yeah, there you go.
Yeah, that's kind of something fun to do. I'll tell you, I'll let you know what the lunch was, and if anything happens in between now and later. But we will be back at 13:30 Japan time, and thank you for joining us from all over the world, and see you guys in a little bit.
Bluetooth 搭載 G-SHOCK カシオ the brightness called brilliant, blinding and vivid. Valentine. Ultimate lubricant. Mortis.
伝統と革新、小倉クラッチのテクノロジーを凝縮、チャンピオンを取るためのクラッチ、小倉レーシングクラッチ ORC。
究極の静かさと安全性、オンロード、オフロード、世界中で活躍するケンダ、その信頼を支える静音性、安定性と対摩耗性、世界が認めた技術と信頼を街乗りで高品質と納得の価格、タイヤのポテンシャルをあなたに。ケンダ。
What's up, guys? It's Frederick Ospo, and I use RSR suspension on all my drift cars. I love RSR. Iyo RSR Ichiban.
Made in Japan. Breed.
Welcome back, everybody, to the G-Shock Presents Formula Drift Japan 2022 Series Round 2, the second part of qualifying here at Ebisu Circuit West Course in the Fukushima Prefecture.
We're back. It was a short break for us, and I think we were able to get a little refreshed, and I'm pretty sure that the drivers are able to get a little refreshed as well. We painted over the outside zones again, so it's a lot clearer to see, as you can see from the drone view. Look at this facility, Ebisu Circuit, Tohoku Safari Park. They have a safari park with the tracks. Very nice place to come and enjoy with your family, and also for the dads and the moms and whoever wants to come and drive. Great place to learn how to drift and also drive, even motorcycles, you know. So thank you for coming back. Yeah, thanks for coming back. And,
I know people are slowly trickling back in. I haven't seen anything of what people have ate like you asked them before we left the first part of qualifying, but we already went through 49 cars. We are going back through these 49 cars and see who's going to lock that top spot or beat Daigo Saito in that 96-point run that he had.
That was a pretty crazy run because, I mean, that's a high score to beat because 96 is, you know, that's awesome.
It's up there, yes, it is definitely up there. A lot of the drivers struggled through outer zone, leaving outer zone 1, getting into outer zone 2, so we'll see if they cleaned it up. They checked out their replays of their first run and can clean up what they did on that first run.
So the key here, I'm not, you know, since everybody already had a run and it's fair to say right now, is I think hugging the turn from outside zone 1 to 2 as much as possible and throwing a lot of angle there as much as possible and being able to get on gas and how can I say it, anticipating where the car is going to be by the time they get back on gas, entering outside zone 2 in a nice turn is the key to this track, because that'll set you up to a good line coming out outside zone 2, and that'll throw you, that's going to be good enough line and angle leaving outside zone 2, going through touch and go, and that'll throw you into the perfect spot at outside zone 3. So once again, some of the drivers, you know, watch the 96-point run and kind of try to, I don't know, break that down and see what the number 1 qualifier as of now did that's different from everybody else.
Yeah, they got to dissect it during their break, but that's the thing. Like you said, it all starts at the 3-2-1. How they initiate, how they enter, and then from there is going to dictate how it's going to run throughout. Because a lot of people were diving in on the back half of outer zone 2 because they overshot outer zone 1.
Yeah, the 3-2-1 cone in an initiation zone is not a decel zone. Honestly, it's somewhere to basically initiate. So if you're decelling there, it's going to be really hard to make yourself all the way out to outside zone 2. But I think we have about a minute to go since we will start the second round of the qualify.
And during the first round of qualifying, we didn't get to talk about it, but up there on the right of the screen, just breezing by, that's a huge thing we have to talk about. 13th of February
of last year. All that in the back right there, right?
Yeah, 13th of February last year, they suffered a 7.3 magnitude earthquake, created a landslide, and
I forgot how many tons. It was like a gazillion tons of mud and dirt, and this place looked pretty bad.
They said pretty much that if you look at the start gate, whenever we get shots of it again, the dirt went above that. So they said it was about 10 feet of dirt and mud mixture that they had to clear in that whole area over there.
And that's crazy. They cleaned it all up. Here you are, some of the fans that are out here. Thank you for coming out. Even though it's just qualified today, the main event will be tomorrow.
It'll be top 32 and then top 16. But we have 49 drivers, and we're going to be cutting 17 of these drivers out today.
Woo, 17. That's a lot of people that's going to be going home early.
Let's look back at the list. Currently, we have roughly, it looks like, a good number, about 7 or 8 incompletes currently on these drivers.
Wow. Yeah, so those drivers with an incomplete, they're sitting on something pretty major, so I'm pretty sure that they're not going to want to do that again for their second run. Hopefully they can get something together. We're talking about putting a run together, but it's been 3 years since this man has been back in the series.
First up to start us off, got an 82 on his first qualified run, is going to be number 54, Chang Niem in his Team Kazama with Power Vehicle JZX 100 Chaser. Here he is, like he said, 2.5 years didn't drive, but I talked to him during the break, and he's like, he's going to bring the fire. His family's watching. So let's see how he's going to do for his family out in Singapore. He's coming into outer zone 1, beautiful. Ooh, coming in really hot, taking out all of outer zone 1, and here he is ripping into outer zone 2. bringing a lot more dynamic and flair, and ripping into outer zone 3. Beautiful finish into outer zone 3, but man, that outer zone approach was very aggressive and maybe too much for what the judges want to see.
Yeah, that was a lot of commitment, and it doesn't look like he was able to deliver because he did have to. I mean, he basically threw the car off the track, and that's actually three tires off. So we're gonna have to give him an incomplete there.
That's very unfortunate, but 82, not a bad score. Definitely a lot less scores going on with the other drivers.
I think he got a little too excited at the initiation. It looked like he was throwing. There was a lot of momentum going towards outside zone 1, but a little bit too wide, which created an incomplete for Nian's second run with 3 tires off at the outside zone 1.
So we'll see next.
But you know what? Like you said, 82. I think if you're in the 80s, that might be safe.
This was one of our incompletes right here, coming all the way from Arizona in the U.S., number 92, Matt Hagen in the Hagen Racing Buy Now Japan R32 Skyline.
Yeah, earlier it looks like something, he had a problem on the straightaway. It didn't look like he was able to fully initiate, followed by mistakes. But he said something about, I heard that he had like power steering issues, but let's see if they were able to take that out.
Here he is ripping into this 3-2-1, really hard, aggressive approach. Struggling there in the transitioning. It looks like he's really struggling to keep that car sideways. The initiation from the start, he kind of left out of outer zone, or not outer zone, at the 1 clip.
Yeah, so it looks like when he does a reverse flick going to the initiation area, he throws it a little too hard and it kicks too much angle. Then he stops. Then he initiated, and it was really late. It was after the 1 cone, but after that, he looks like he's just struggling to keep the car in drift, and there you go. He had to cut in to straighten the car, and that's going to actually give him an incomplete. So all the way from Arizona, Matt Hagen gets 2 incompletes for his first ever round for the FDJ, but you know what? I'm pretty sure that he's going to come back stronger for the next round, so let's see how he's going to come back. After they,
exactly
get rid of the tweak their car.
Tweak the car, get more seat time. I know he says he's still kind of fresh in that car, but right there, next up, coming all the way from New Zealand, all y'all know him, the Red Bull sensation right here, number 123, Mad Mike Whittet in his Red Bull with Team Magic Toyo Tire Drift RX-7.
Yep, very loud car, very aggressive driver. Exciting to watch.
He said in the last 2.5 years, not much has changed. They just rebuilt it, but here he is.
Ooh, nice outline.
Getting in the right spot, holding a little bit, leaving it to outer zone 2 right there. But there he is, he transition to outer zone 3, placing the car where he wants it to be. And beautiful job on that second half of the course. Got an 83 on his first qualify run. Let's see how the judges are going to see how he did here on his second run.
See, so riding the outside line is a little bit different from other drivers because he throws enough angle, and it looks like he's going to go off. Look at that. And he gets on gas before the outside zone 2. Nice amount of angle through there. Outside line. So I think the big mistake he made was not filling outside zone 1. There you go, as much, but he does fill most of it. He's almost off line, off course from outside zone 1 to 2, but he was pretty much in there. So I would have to say a very successful run by Mad Mike Whittet.
These drivers are definitely picking up. There you go, 87, so gonna keep that and bring that in. Hopefully that'll be enough for the top 32 spots. But 87,
that's gonna be enough.
I know it is. Yeah, but they're moving up. That's where we want to see.
Hey,
so
there's no suspense here.
But good to see him back here in FDJ. Next up is going to be number 328. Shinichiro Saito with the Car Guy Racing A90 Supra. Had a 75 on his first qualify run. Debuted the car here last year. Let's see how he's going to do. He was in a 180 SX. Prior to that, let's see who's going to do here in this Supra. Huge delay in that entry into outer zone 1, rolling around through outer zone 2, not quite all the way into outer zone 2 there, and should have, that flick right there, he should have had there through the touch and go, which obviously set him up for pretty bad position there to outer zone 3.
All right, so that's 3 incompletes out of 4. not to a good start on the second run, but maybe it is because everybody's trying harder for their second runs.
So there's the replay right here. Not much right to angle, leaving that that touch and go, and there you go. You can see how it transitioned him straight into the outer portion of outer zone 3, and he kind of stopped it from going off course.
Yeah, so that's an incomplete from Saito, but he has a 75 point from his first qualify. I'm not even sure where the bubble is at, and I'm not even going to try to figure it out because that's 49 scores I got to tally up, and I'm lazy.
And this is his first round for the 2022 season. Next up, also debuting the car, first round for this season is going to be number 31, Kodai Sobagiri in the Shibata Racing Team Cylon Tire GR86, was in the R31 last year. We're bringing this one out here. Monster 2J under the hood. Let's see how he's going to do coming up to 3-2-1. Definitely could have been a lot deeper there in outer zone 1, and he's real shallow this time on this run. Got a 71 on his first qualify run. Not sure how much seat time he's had in this car, but you can see the development through his social media on how the stages were for them to create this car. But here he is right here on his initiation coming into outer zone 1, just right on that. He's real shallow in outer zone 1 and came a little late into outer zone 2 there.
Oh yeah,
tried to pick it up here into the touch and go to outer zone 3.
I mean, overall, it looks like he was on a bad line going from outside zone 1 to outside zone 2, was off throttle for a good amount of time to wait for the car to settle. That's where we want the drivers to throw a little bit more angle and try to get on throttle as soon as possible. But it didn't look like it worked out as well for Sobagiri.
So we'll see here. 71, there you go. 78 is his final score for qualifying.
So he betters his 71 to 78, but definitely a lot more space to grow. And, you know, like I said, you know, it's a brand new car, and I'm pretty sure that he has a lot more room to gain more points in the future.
So next up at the line is number 448, Yoshia Esaki in his Origin Labo Racing S15. Probably one of our lowest horsepower cars out here. Right now on a 55 score. Let's see if he can position this car into the zones. That's where he kind of missed last run. So here he is coming up to outer zone 1. Once again, could not get all the way out to outer zone 1 there. And struggling right there through outer zone. Ooh, and a huge straightening right there, leaving outer zone 2.
I mean, this is not what I want for the drivers to do to make it easy for the judges, because that's just an incomplete. All we got to do is write a 0 there. But good hustle by Esaki. I'm pretty sure he's giving it his all. And I know his performance isn't his real him, you know. I'm pretty sure that he can do a lot better, but I'm pretty sure, you know, new track layout, you know, practice time and the pressure, and God knows what happens behind, you know, in the pits.
Behind the scenes,
maybe there's things going on, you know, in their head or as a driver or, you know, for the car. But yeah, I don't think he's going to be able to make it in because he got a 55 for his first run, which is a pretty low score, and I really doubt that he's going to be able to qualify for the 32.
Next driver up at the line right now is going to be number 100, Andrew Gray, podium plenty times. Champ right here from Team Kazama with Power Vehicles in the Power Vehicles Lexus RC.
Yeah, so
coming in with some heat right there into outer zone 1. Beautiful job, ripping back around right here. Look at that, perfect into outer zone 2, throwing some smoke. And there it is right there, making that 75 work, and he wants a higher score. And there he is, Andrew Gray, good job.
There you go, a lot of commitment there. I thought he was going to go off course after the outside zone 2. That was a really good job by Andrew Gray. Very exciting to see. A lot of heat coming in. Fills outside zone 1 fairly well. Gets on throttle before outside zone 2 and carries the car, uses the momentum of the car, pulling it to the outside zone, and he gets right on the line. Very good job. As a style judge, I would have to say that was a very nice run. by Andrew Gray.
It gave us suspense, especially how much heat he came in through outer zone 1. But hands down to his team, I'm going to give them a lot of credit. I talked to them about how they got that steering situation fixed, and you can clearly tell how he caught himself coming into outer zone 2, able to catch it right on the line and throttle through.
Hey, I'm starting to like this where everybody's, bringing it on their second run.
Oh, I know.
really like it because, I mean, that's a lot more than a 75 for sure because there you go.
Boom, a 90
points.
right there. Beautiful job, huge increase.
I want to see more of this.
Hopefully they can carry us through.
All right, come on now, Uemura. You're next. Car number 41, Shinichi Uemura, is up at the start line.
He is with Team Ito Auto, Uemura Sanyo, in the JZX 100 Chaser. Got a 73 on his first qualify run. I know we had a lot of incomplete so far, but those drivers were trying to bring some fire. Let's see how he's going to do here. Coming real aggressive in outer zone 1 right here. Not quite deep enough into outer zone 1, which kind of threw him off of line. And look at that right there. Missing the first half of outer zone 2. But I must say, what an aggressive approach through the 3-2-1, initiating into outer zone 1. So 73 was his first qualify run. Is this going to be enough to give him a little bit more meat on the bone or not? Let's see.
Yeah, so doesn't fill outside zone 1 completely and misses half of outside zone 2 for sure. And right there, kind of a lousy transition from outside zone 2 to the touch and go and completely misses the last outer zone. So I don't know. This is a hard one because he got a 73 for the earlier run and the overall run didn't look super hot in my opinion, but let's see what the other judges has.
That's Fujinaka at the line, waiting for the scores right now.
Hey guys,
shouldn't you be putting score in?
I heard he did.
There you go, 62. So definitely lost some there. He'll have to roll with a 73 into the qualifying. But like I said before, at the line already is number 808, Manabu Fujinaka in the Awa Tire Japan Environmental Development Racing FD3S. New livery on the car, unfortunately got it incomplete. Let's see how he's gonna do. His son, he'll be after him shortly. See if he can beat his son's score. Struggle a little bit leaving outer zone 1 to keep it really into what he wants with the throttle. And here he is coming down to the outside zone 3 here. Could have been a little deeper. Pretty safe run overall. Definitely couldn't risk it all with an incomplete, but overall pretty safe.
Yeah, like you said, it's safe. He does try to run over the outside zone 1 and 2. A little late on the gas, coming into outside zone. I'm sorry, I said 1 earlier than 2. Then right here too, a little hesitant to get back on throttle while he is going through the outside zone, the final outside zone. So I would have to say as a style judge, we were looking at as maybe an average run, but we'd have to see what the score is after we see what the line judge and the angle judge gives him.
Yeah, it's huge. Leaving that outer zone 1, it's not like a typical transition where people just romp. 79, there you go. We'll see if that's going to be enough to carry him into the top 32. But yeah, going from outer zone 1, it's not a typical straight romp right back on it like they're transitioning from outer zone 2 to the touch and go. They're definitely manipulating the car to get into that start of that zone so then they can get back on gas. But here we are. Next up is going to be number 610, Kei Murakami in the Village Up JZX 100 Mark II. Got a 0 or an incomplete on his first qualify run. Let's see how he's going to throw down here. Is he going to risk it all or is he going to play it safe? Came in pretty hot there. Missed a little bit outer zone, was right on that edge. Oh, is he going to over-rotate? Able to save it, but having to straighten up right there through that touch and go.
So that's 2 incompletes right there. I mean, that's a unchaseable lead run by Murakami.
We'll see here.
There There you go. He had to cut in right after as he was passing outside zone 1. And that's the area where he should be gaining angle to make the car rotate to set himself up to outside zone 1, or I'm sorry, outside zone 2. But it looks like he's a little too late on trying to situate himself for this track. He has 2 incompletes, so his weekend will be cut short. And hopefully he comes back stronger for the next round.
At the line now is going to be number 88, Roy Okabe, and the Team Kazama with Power Vehicles JZX 100. Got an 83 on his first qualify run. So we'll see how he's going to throw down. I think I said it before, he struggled a little at Suzuka Twin, but looks like he got some practice under his belt in that 8-week break we had. Nice job through outer zone 1 here, swinging it back around. Little late into that outer zone 2, wasn't quite able to carry it all the way out to the start of outer zone 2. But I must say, nice aggressive approach through that outer zone 1.
So very similar to his first run. He does make it around the track, and I would have to say he does a good job everywhere. But just using the angle of the car to slow down and getting back on gas and all this other stuff. I got to get technical about it because we are looking at 49 cars. 17 of them will be going home early. So I have to kind of be picky about things. But then I'm not going to say that that was the best run that I seen today, style judge-wise. But I would have to say that would probably be somewhere around average. But he did trace the outside zones really well, which he did last time too, which creates to give him 82 points. Early he got 83.
He got 83, so he's going to carry an 83 over.
So very similar with this first run.
Exactly. Next up at the line is a teammate of his, is number 12, Nagayasu Miyagi with the Team Kazama with Power Vehicles 86. He was an FDJ2 driver last year, stepping up. We call him the doc.
Because he is a doctor.
He is a doctor.
Yep.
He was a team doctor last year for FDJ. Here he is competing in FDJ now. Let's see how he's going to do. And this thing is a beast of a car with a powerhouse under the hood. Here he is coming up to 3-2-1. Not too bad through there, outer zone 1 there. Could have been a little deeper and more aggressive. Got a 69 on his first qualify run. Missed outer zone 3. Really struggling with the fluidity, transitioning to different zones.
Yeah, so I'm not sure if you guys have the volume up to hear the car, but as you can hear, he's really on-off throughout the whole track. I mean, he's been on his, he dragged it like, this count, it was like 2 already getting to here. So right there, e-brake again, e-brake, like, there's just so much adjustment going on where we want he gets a very, commitment level isn't high, and also the fluidity isn't high either because, obviously the chopping up the track into where he wants to chop it up, So, yeah.
I think that's one of his big struggles he had in FDJ2 was also the fluidity wasn't 100% for him. He had a lot of corrections, especially trying to manipulate the car to be in the zones he wants to be in. There you go, 69. So got two 69. So he'll be rolling in with the 69 into top 32. Next up at the line is going to be number 58, Kazuhiro Kubo in the vacancy with weld cockpit Kobe 180SX. I was talking about it earlier. He has a shop called Vacancies. It's actually like a VIP shop, which I wanted to ask him why he's not rolling with like maybe a Crown or something big. But here he is. Let's see how he's going to do with his 180SX. Ripping into outer zone 1. Real hesitant there on that initiation, but able to fill that zone. Coming around, carrying it through that zone right there, right on that fine edge of it. Not quite deep enough in outer zone 3.
Yeah, so I would have to say this is a lot more choppier than his first run from what I remember of Kubo. Right here, number 1, the initiation, very, very subtle. No big action going on. Then right here, gains a lot of angles, then gets on the throttle. So I would have to say that not smooth, and I'm pretty sure he did make a mistake. If there was an in-car, you know, I'll probably ask him later, but...
Got an 85 on his first qualify run. We'll see what the judges have in store for him.
I mean, for some cars, or for some drivers, it looks like they're doing better, and for some drivers, it looks like they're doing worse.
Yeah.
And there's some drivers, it looks like they haven't changed at all. So you can probably tell by the scores.
There you go, 79, so definitely dropped. He'll have to keep his 85-point initial score. At the line you saw rolling up, you saw the VR38 sticking out of the hood. It's going to be number 17, Jin Horino, in his new S14 Good Ride Sports with Tops Racing Mew, BLS, Sylvia. Got a 72 on his first qualify run. And this is where I think he overshot outer zone 1 on the approach. So we'll see how he's going to approach it this time. Like I said, got a 72. I think he's going to put it all out there. Real aggressive right there. Nice job into that outer zone 1. Oh! But unfortunately, could not hold that all the way through. It was a nice hard flick, but I don't think he had enough momentum to carry him all the way out to that.
No, what happened was he got back on gas and the car started diving in. So the car didn't want to, yeah, something must have happened, yeah. Oh.
Sounds like Horino might be having some issues. So you got a 72, that's what he's gonna have to lock in. I'm hearing something about the drive line, either the drive shaft or...
Yeah, I think he broke an axle. So.
Oh, axle, okay.
Yep. Man, that's unfortunate because things are looking good for him. The initiation looked good. Outside zone 1 looked really promising.
But I must say, so he got a 72. I don't know where the threshold is just yet.
Yeah.
He was early on in the second part of qualifying, which gives plenty of time for his team to get his car ready in case he is up for the top 32 tomorrow. So.
Yeah, but 72.
Yeah, you guys saw that? He had a... I wasn't hitting him.
No, you were just trying to touch me. I mean, keep your hands to yourself,
sorry,
all right?
we don't have a plastic wall anymore. So it's
yeah,
like,
keep your hands to yourself. Yeah.
Sorry.
I'm married.
You are, and you're a father for Father's Day too.
Yeah, happy Father's Day tomorrow, and happy Father's Day to all y'all out there, all you dads, all you drifting dads and car-loving dads, and just any old dad, you know.
Exactly.
Congratulations.
But I did learn Australia, New Zealand, it's in September.
Yep.
See,
so don't go out and
no, they can double dip.
No,
they can double dip.
You can't. That's cheating though. It's like saying
I mean, being a dad is a hard job.
Like yeah, it is. So yeah, we were talking to Mad Mike yesterday about the Father's Day thing. And don't congratulate him for Father's Day because for him it's, when is
September.
it? September
3rd, I think,
or
or the
September 3rd.
first weekend or whatever. But looks like they're getting the wrecker out for him, but he's off the course, and I think we're going to get the green light to go ahead and push on. So here we are, number 86, Kenichi Takashima is going to be going with the Team Ito Auto Ken with Hirano Tire with Good Ride Chaser. Got a 65 on his first qualify run. Here he is, through the 3-2-1. Hard initiation into outer zone 1. Nice job through outer zone 1. Can he carry it through to outer zone 2? Unable to get all the way out there, unfortunately. But trying to pick as many points as he can to make that 65 a little bit higher.
Yeah, it was, the car started to, it looked really good right here from outside zone 1. With the angle and stuff, and he wanted to drag it out to the outside, the beginning outside zone 2 and gain more angle, but instead the car shot in and he had to miss outside zone 2 totally, and he could not get back on the throttle as early as he was probably anticipating. Now let's see what the other judges scored him with on his run.
Looks like Hirano's able to limp his car back. You can see right there.
Horino?
Hirano. What did I say? Hirano?
Hirano, yeah. Hirano tires.
There you go.
That's the
The
store.
smoke show that he gave for the crowd right there. 75, so bumped up 10 points there.
If he was able to keep the car out,
Out of zone 2.
yeah, out of zone 2, that would have been a different story too. But
So here was our first guy that made it into the 90s today. It's going to be number 33, Junya Ishikawa in the Hiroshima Toyota with Team Droopy 86. Got a 90 on his first qualify run. Definitely going to have to step it up, see if he can catch up to Daigo.
yeah, Daigo's run was very impressive, but I am looking forward to somebody bettering that on their second run.
Here he is coming in hard. Here he is ripping around to outer zone 2, able to carry it to the start of outer zone 2. Look at that right there, beautiful job. Let's see the transition through this touch and go.
He made it.
Literally riding it all the way around to the finish line.
Yeah, so I would have to say, as a style judge, I'm not looking at line or anything, so that was a very nice run. A little bit of a bobble there, which I had to deduct some points going into outside zone 2, but it looked like he was carrying good enough angle, getting back on gas, which is the hard part of this track, and does a good job. He has a very heavy right foot. Check this out. Boom, look at that. See how much angle he gives to make it around outside zone 2. If he did it a little earlier, maybe he wouldn't have dipped tires at outside zone 2. But I would have to say, as a style judge, very good job. Now we got to see what he gets for his line and angle. But I would have to say,
there you go,
there you go, 93 points.
This man is ready to make it happen this weekend, getting in the 90s both times for both qualify runs. Definitely going to see how he's going to do in the tandem battles tomorrow. Guy at the line now got an incomplete, unfortunately. Number 46, Yasuhiro Takaki in his T-square with good ride, tack in 180SX. Let's see how he's going to do here, if he can clean it up. And like Robbie was saying, we're not sure if he successfully did his engine change or not.
No, I think he has another car coming, but this is his old SR car. He is still competing in. Ooh.
Taking both pylons out, dipping 2 tires, but
Unfortunately, another incomplete from Takaki.
Very unfortunate for him. Definitely brought some heat coming in through that 3-2-1, but maybe a little bit too much, taking both pylons out and overshooting that zone. The 8.6 had a 1GR, twin turbo 1GR. I didn't announce that. No, somebody was asking what the 8.6
Not a
had in it.
2GR?
Oh, sorry, 2GR. What did I say?
1GR, yeah. 1GR is the 4-liter one, and the 2GR is the 3.5.
I thought it was the 4-liter.
Was it the 4-liter one?
Yeah, I think it's a 1GR. Don't listen to Robbie. It's 1GR.
Yeah, I don't know.
Go with me.
Go with me. Where we going, buddy?
I don't know yet.
So, guys, go with Kenny. Now, while you guys are going with Kenny, let me go ahead and tell you who's lining up right now. Is car number 330, Shigehisa Sasayama with the DSL.com GZX100 Chaser.
74 for his first qualify run. He's got that big wang in the back.
All right. Is that what we're doing now?
What are we doing? I'm lost. Here
Right,
he is
go.
coming up to the 3-2-1. Let's see how he's going to throw down. Get this 74.4 higher.
Ooh.
Missing outer zone 1 there. Not the way he wants to go and not able to get all the way into outer zone 2.
Oh, wow.
That was definitely not ideal. 74.
And I think we're going to have to incomplete him because he drove right through the finish line without drifting.
He was just flexing the lead.
Yeah, so right here, misses outside zone 1, misses outside zone 2, not entirely, but doesn't go all the way out. Then right here, after the transition, basically steers to the left, has to correct, It's going to be an incomplete.
Incomplete. So 74 is what he's going to be locked in at.
Yeah, so unfortunate for Sasayama. He's going to have to see if he qualifies with that 74. Might be pretty close, but I have no say in it because it's not like I calculated it.
So next up at the line was another incomplete, which is going to be number 19, Uchiyama guy in the Good Ride Motorsports with perfect style, BLS S15. Struggled leaving that touch and go and overshot the outer zone 3. He's done that multiple times now for practice. So now let's see how he's going to do here. It looks like he's just throwing down. No care in the world that he got an incomplete. Here he is ripping into outer zone 2. Not bad in outer zone 2 after overshooting outer zone 1.
Man.
Still had somewhat of a struggle there in outer zone 3.
All right, so let's go ahead and check out this run. It doesn't look like he fills outside zone 1 correctly. Tries to feed more angle, has to slow down, gets on gas a little late. Barely makes outside the in touch and go and misses most of the last outside zone. I mean, the car does not look like it's drivable. I mean, in my opinion, it doesn't look like he is. It doesn't look like the car is really cooperating with him.
Yeah, he's definitely changed from last year till now. I know his paint scheme changed and everything, but I don't think that creates anything for the car. Maybe it took away from his, what is it called? I just lost my words.
I don't know. Took his mojo?
There you go, mojo. I didn't want to say mojo, but yeah. So he got a 68. So he got points on the board. Got an incomplete initially, so 68 he's going to have to carry. And here you are right here. Ryutaro Oe in the number 212 with the Awa Tire Japan Environmental Development Team. Got a new livery on his S15. Actually was rocking an S14 last year. Got it incomplete just because of that finish that he had.
Oh my God, his run was nearly perfect until the end. Let's go ahead and see if he can mimic that.
Beautiful job in the outer zone 1 right there, bringing the heat, ripping it into outer zone 2.
Looks like he's doing it.
Let's see if he carried through this touch and go right here.
Come on. Come on. Come on.
No. No. Robbie just took his headset off and threw it down. He is not happy. Literally picturesque all the way through. Here he is ripping in, got outer zone 1, beautiful job. Able to stay on it right here from the start of outer zone 2 through this touch and go. But just over-rotating too much. And diving in right through the finish, straightening up. Let's see it right here on the actual drone view where you can really see the position of his car and how it transitions, and let's see the straightening right here.
Oh my God. Oh my God. I can't. Oh my God. Oh man, it's so unfortunate. This young driver did an immaculate job for both of his runs that everybody else is having a hard time to, and in the last turn he has to incomplete both times.
Same spot both times.
Oh man, what a waste.
It's crazy because he didn't struggle anywhere where everybody was.
No, it was easy. It looked like he did it so easily.
Sorry, back to what's going on. Number 30, Takumi Sato is going to be up next in the Team Kazama with Power Vehicle JZX 100. 75 for his first qualify run. Had to adjust there, leaving outer zone 1 there. Able to get to outer zone 2. Filling the zones, but his approach to outer zone 1, it wasn't his, I guess, your side of the house for style. The dynamic of it wasn't quite there.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of waiting, and there's a lot of, you know, how can I say it? Not much of a risk-taking run where he took every turn and out zone one by one and just did enough. So he really concentrated on getting a good line score, I think, in my opinion. But I don't think he threw a lot of angle. and the style judge portion of it, I would have to say that was very average. So I'm looking at, you know, he's probably going to get an overall okay or to a good score because of the line that he took, but the angle judge is probably not going to give him a high score. And I already know what, see, there you go.
78.
27 on a line, which is only 3 points off, but 10 points off of angle and 9 points off of style. But hey, 78 might be enough for him to make it through.
Yeah, he increased by 3 points. Let's see if it will bring him into the top 32. Next up at the line is going to be number 73, Ikuo Saito, in his Motis Good Ride West Auto JZX 100. Got an 80 on his first qualify run. I was saying earlier, I think he was coming down the strip last year, and his hood ripped up. Here he is coming in, outer zone 1.
Ooh.
Overshoot just a little at the start of outer zone 2. I don't know if that's going to be enough to bump his 80-point score up. Here's with this initiation coming into outer zone 1. Nice job in outer zone 1. But that's where you had to kind of like.
Yeah, there was a lot of waiting, and also it wasn't a smooth arc after he left the, or after he dipped the 2 tires off at the beginning of outside zone 2. It looked like he had to shallow up a lot, leaving outside zone 2 as well. And that actually puts him in a very tight situation where he wasn't able to flow really good. But just like what Sato did, he made sure that he got a high line score, where his line score was high, and the only deduction I think is where he dipped the 2 tires off, which was probably 3 points of deduction there.
So 80 for his, so he'll be rolling with an 80. Next up at the line is going to be number 61, Mao Yamanaka, the FDJ2 champ last year in the Good Ride Motorsports S15. Got a 62 on his first qualify run. Definitely not what we were used to seeing him score.
I think his initiation kind of got to him at the first run. So let's see what he's going to do for a second run.
Here he is ripping around to outer zone 2. Oh, cutting a little early into that outer zone 2.
But I would have to say, you know what? Not too bad of a job making his car rotate to outside zone 2. I would say that that was not the best way of taking and conquering that area of the track. But let's go ahead and check this out one more time. He does, he's on the line for the outside zone 1. Good job there. I wanted him to hang it out a little bit more and on throttle a little bit earlier as well, but he was able to manage to make it around there in a good manner.
For some reason, it looked like his suspension was a lot looser than it was last year. His car has a lot more movement than it did last year, or last event. So maybe like tonight or something, we'll go and talk to him and see if something got changed to change the way he's throwing his car.
Oh yeah, but that's a definite increase from my side, the style part. And to see how well he increases on the angle and the line. I'm looking at, there you go, qualifiable score. It's an 86. See right there, line score, he gets a 29 out of 30. That's really important to make, like let's say if you can't do something crazy or spectacular, the only thing you could do is be precise on the line. You know, so that's actually going to help you out on the long run.
Yeah, so here we are. Next up is going to be number 218. Konosuke Fujimoto in his D-Dash Racing S15. Ripping into outer zone 1. Nice job in outer zone 1. Can he carry it through that? Just holding on right there into outer zone 2. Got an 82 for his first qualify run. Trying to finish strong here. Is it going to be enough to increase that qualifying score, the initial qualifying score he had with an 82?
Yeah, so that was a pretty big chunk of hesitation he had right there at outside zone 2. So I would have to say that that was not the cleanest run that Fujimoto was able to land. And a few mistakes that is visible on this run. Definitely not his best performance. And I'm not sure if he's going to be able to better the 82 on this run or not.
We'll see here.
There you go, it's a 78, so he's gonna have to see if he made it in the qualifying 32 cars with that 82. But I don't know, maybe staying in the 80s, you're safe.
Yeah.
But you know what? Like I said, like you said, you know, there's 17 cars that are going home today. Well,
Exactly.
Leaving the weekend early.
So this car right here at the line now, number 93, Monquito, he needs to step his game up. He got a 67 on his first qualifying run with Team Girano Tire JZX 100. Coming through the chicane, approaching the 3-2-1 now. Here he is, coming pretty aggressive. Ripping into outer zone 1. Leaving a little early on outer zone 1. Let's see if he can carry that through into outer zone 2. Definitely could have been a little deeper in outer zone 2, but here he is, finishing strong through outer zone 3 and giving the crowd a smoke show.
All right, once again, here's a trend going on where there's a hesitation at outside zone 2, which would be a big pause. And as a lead car, you can't do that because pretty much you're supposed to be smooth throughout the track. Right here, he dives in a little bit too much gains angle there, and kind of plays it off where the car happens to be on the outside zone 2 line and just gets back on gas. So I would have to say that he wasn't really committed to do that. It just happened to happen.
Yeah. So there you go. Some were asking what FDJ2 is. FDJ2 is the Pro Spec series. It's just like the States.
Yeah, so you're going to be hearing us next weekend.
Yeah, so next weekend is FDJ2 here. Same location.
Same track layout.
Everything.
Same voices that you're going to hear.
I would love to see it on the same weekend. There you go, 74. So bumped his score up. Will it be enough? We'll see. But yeah, it'd be nice to have it on the same weekend, but just the spacing just in general out here. If you've been out to Ebisu circuit, I don't think they can house both.
And I don't think I could judge 49 cars plus another 30 or 40 cars in one day.
You better buckle up because come July at Sugo, you're going to be doing both. So
I'm going to resign before that.
there you go. So next up is going to be 963 Daichi Mizutani. Got an 80 on his first initial run. He's with Mizutani Motors. Nice aggression right there. Coming into outer zone 1. Carrying it through real deep right there. With multiple corrections there, leaving outer zone 2 and then spinning out right there at the finish. So 80 is what he's going to have to lock in to get into this top 32.
So I think everybody realized, and it looks like everybody's cars are a little bit looser. Just like what you said about Yamanaka's car, I think everybody's loosening their car up a little bit because they know that they have to. That's 2 outside zones in a row, not an in-clip. You know, last year there was an in-clip followed by an outside zone 1. It's a different story. It's a different track. Same location, but totally different. So, yeah, the setup of the car is probably totally different.
Between that and then, like we said in the first part of qualifying, Ebisu circuit expanded where outer zone 2 is 8 to 10 feet further back against the dirt wall there. So the whole layout of the track and the track itself is different for the people that are used to driving here.
So car number 80, Yuta Komatsu, is using his 5-minute or competition timeout right now because he did have some kind of trouble. Like we were talking about earlier, we had an hour and a half in between for them to work on the car, and I'm pretty sure they're probably trying to finish it
yeah, you were saying something like it looked like clutch slipping or whatever the case may be, but we'll see. Oh, looks like his car is pulling up. He's going to go warm up real quick, and I think he'll be ready to go. So it looks like his crew got his car ready, and he is on track. Robbie just asked everybody if the judges get a 5-minute timeout or not.
Yeah, do we get a competition timeout too?
Nope.
We don't, but good thing that's a comp timeout that he had to use, but in order for him to get a score, because he's sitting on an incomplete from his first run, and I'm pretty sure it was some kind of mechanical issues, and I'm pretty sure they worked the bugs out. Hopefully he's back and he could land a score good enough to put him through for tomorrow.
Incomplete, a little pressure on his shoulders. Let's see if he could get a solid run here. Initiating a little later in that 3-2-1, taking out both pylons into outer zone 1. Ooh, definitely gonna have to review that, see how far he was on the outside port of outer zone 2. And all around, definitely struggled throughout that course.
Yeah, so he, I don't know, it sounds like the car's not fully back to how it's supposed to be at. Overshoots outside zone 1 with 2 tires almost, and right there, nice angle, but that's 3-4 almost tires off at outside zone 2, so that's pretty much an incomplete. Straightens going from outside zone 2 to the touch and go, knocks over the cones. He's kind of all over the place. That's not going to be a chaseable lead run either. Unfortunate for Yuta Komatsu, 2 incompletes. He will not be making it into the top 32 tomorrow. Hopefully he comes back stronger for the next round.
So next car up, rolling up to the, there you go, the official score, incomplete right there, got a 0. Next up is gonna be number 771, Hiroya Minoa with Team Cusco Racing in the A90 Supra, 12 years old. The son of Masayo and Shinji Minoa, so we'll see how he's gonna do. They did an engine change on his car Thursday into Friday, and he only got a few runs in to break it in, so we'll see how he's gonna perform. He got a 75 on his first qualify run. Here he is coming up, approaching to the 3-2-1. Not quite able to get to that outer zone 1. Here he is ripping through the second part of the track into this touch and go. Just holding on, getting to that outer portion of outer zone 3. But that start is definitely going to affect his score. Let's see if it's enough to boost his 75-point initial qualify run.
Yeah, so it's kind of similar to his first run, I would have to say. Misses outside zone 1 and doesn't look like he is able to carry the angle. He had to wait for the car to settle to get back on gas on outside zone 2. So this is going to be really tough for him. It doesn't look like he is still comfortable with the car at this layout, and missing the outside zone 1 is going to hurt his score because that's a 10-point area.
We'll see here, but yeah, 12 years old, that's pretty insane. What were you doing when you were 12?
Oof.
68 for his second qualifier run, so 75 is what he's gonna have to roll with. I asked you that, but then again, you probably don't remember being 12.
Yeah, because that's like 80 years ago for me. Yeah, but you know, round of applause for the 12-year-old making it out here. Let's see if that 75 is going to be good enough for him to make it into the top 32.
Next up is gonna be Junji Yamamoto with the 5X2J RX-7FD. Has a new livery this year. Last year he was like the dark gray sand or the sand color, but here he is coming around into the 3-2-1. Hard aggressive initiation into outer zone 1. See if he can carry it all the way through to the outer part of outer zone 2, but unable to get there. Which that early initiation probably affected him in his positioning in outer zone 2.
Yeah, so that looked like, I mean, it was fluid, but at the same time it was fluid because it wasn't spectacular. Kind of leaves outside zone 1, throws a lot of angle, but does it a little too early where he kind of rotates into the inside of outside zone 2 and doesn't get a chance to get on gas or get on throttle as early as he should. But the car not being able to be carried to the outside zone 2 is going to hurt him a lot. And you know, leaving outside zone 1 a little early, because that's 20 points just on line right there, added together, 10 points each.
So we'll see, got a 72 on his first qualify run. There you go, you can see his positioning in these zones. Left a little early in the outer zone 1.
Oh yeah,
and just made it on the tail end, grazing outer zone 2.
Yeah.
So we'll see here. Got lucky with this overcast skies today.
Let's not talk about the weather anymore, because we're going to regret it if something happens.
It's inevitable.
I'm not saying what,
It's
but I'm just saying, yep. So let's concentrate on, thanks for everybody making it out to the event. If you have nothing to do tomorrow, make sure if you're in the area, come out to Ebisu Circuit. We have the tandem battles from top 32.
71, so his first qualify, he'll have to carry over with his 72. But yes, thank you all out there for viewing in. It looks like though there's not a lot of Judge fans out there today.
Of course, nobody likes the judges.
That's true.
When I was
They're the
competing,
bad
I
guys.
didn't even like the judges.
Now you are a judge.
Exactly.
Look at you. But here we are. Next up is number 888, Kenji Yamada in the Larada Club Racing.
Yeah,
PL.
watch this. He's already sitting on a 90. Nice. Outside zone 1. Oh, nope. Big mistake.
We're still throwing down with that SR.
Yeah, that was a huge mistake at outside zone 2. We're going to have to see if that was straight enough to do an incomplete or not. But regardless, I think he's sitting on a 90, and this run is not going to better his 90. Right here, does a good job at outside zone 1, but has to yeah, that's straight enough. That's going to be an incomplete for Yamada, but he's sitting on a 90. So that's what you get for getting a 90 for your first run. You can kind of go all out and not even worry about it.
Next driver up, I know, is going to go all out. We'll see how he does.
Oh,
There you go.
yeah.
There's the official score. Incomplete right there. But next up is going to be 555 Yukio Fausto with a Side X Japan with Liberty Walk S15. Got a 70 on his first initial score. Wasn't able to get to outer zone 1, so let's see how he's going to clean it up. Let's see what he did during the break to make this better. And I believe and I know he's going to do something flashy out there. This is his home course, and he wants to do it for his fans. I see the fans now throwing the Brazilian flag out there, giving the flex. So let's see how Yukio Fausto is going to flex on his second qualify run.
Now this is a lot of pressure on Fausto, because he's sitting on a 70, and I don't even know if that's good enough for the 32. So let's see what he's going to do for a second run.
Here he is, ripping into 3-2-1. Nice initiation right there, coming to outer zone 1. Wasn't quite able to get in outer zone 1. Let's see how he's going to clean it up on this second half of the track. Ripping around into that touch and go. And sweeping into the finish right there.
Oh, man. So here we go, Yukio's second run. He misses outside zone 1. Drags his e-brake. And has to really wait to get back on throttle at outside zone 2. I like how he flicks his car from outside zone 2 to
through the touch and go and then to outer zone 3. Between that, the smoke show that he gives, but it's just being in those zones. He definitely missed the first two, or the first one, and then the second one struggled a little bit. We'll see if it's going to be enough to bump his 70-point score up to be in the fight for the top 32 spots.
Yeah, I would have to say as a style score, well, we'll wait. The suspense will build up. There you go, that's a 72. So he got the similar score from the angle and line, missing the outside zone 2 area, and most of outside zone 1 hurt him a lot because that's 14 points just on line.
Next up is going to be number 666, Shuichi Mano in his Vittor Racing with Chatty Boy Style, 1 via. Got a 77 on his first qualify run. Let's see if he can get some more points on the board here, coming up to the 3-2-1. Right on the edge of outer zone 1, barely in it. Here he is swinging back around. Same thing with outer zone 2. Overall, didn't really bring the excitement that he usually does on his runs, so we'll see this replay.
Yeah, sorry about that. I was writing stuff down. But right there too, same, very similar to his first run where, you know, he tries to keep his line wide, but just like you said, there's no flare. He pretty much just, you know, just drifts, you know, and not a high rate of angle, and also not getting back on throttle as early as he should be. And I think from not throwing a lot of angle, it's really hard for a driver to get back on gas with the shallow amount of angle.
We'll get the official score here from the judges. There you go, 71, so he will keep his first qualified score. At the line now, ready to go, got a 66 on his first qualified run, is gonna be number 24, Takatoshi Imamaida, or not Takatoshi Imamaida, my bad on that, is number 770, Yoshitatsu Kaneda with Team Cusco Racing in his GR86. Got a 66. On his first qualified run. Threw us off a little bit because he usually throws down. We'll see how he's going to do here. Here he is, looking pretty aggressive. Nice job filling outer zone 1. How can he carry it through to this outer zone 2? A little late coming into outer zone 2, but real deep into that zone. Nice job through outer zone 3 into the finish.
All right, so going back to the pattern we have, outside zone 1, kind of shallow, fills outside zone 1, goes into outside zone 2 a little late, overshoots a little bit, gets back on gas mid outside zone, comes out a little shallow and fills the rest of the track. What I would have to say, smooth, but yet not a high energy run, a lot of adjustments. Trying to keep the car in the line, so I am looking that he is probably going just for the line score.
We'll see here, you got a 66. There you go, 82. Huge increase on his run there.
So the line score, he got a 29. But I would have to say the angle and the style isn't too high, but that's probably what he went for. He wanted a higher score than a 66, and he managed to pull that through. So he most likely being in the 80s will keep you in the safe zone, making it into the top 32.
Like I said early, so now it's 24, number 24, Takatoshi Imamaida. Coming up, he got a 66 also. Coming in real hot into outer zone 1. Just able to hold on there, coming into outer zone 2, into this touch and go right here. Just holding back after he left that touch and go.
Man, he just yanked his e-brake from touch and go to outside, last outside zone. Excuse me. Yeah, so same, look at, there's a lot of adjustment going on this run. And right here, let's go ahead and check this out. Boom. E-brake all the way.
So here's the bird's eye view right here. Able to get to outer zone 1, but right here in outer zone 2, the drone footage looks a lot better than the side angle view. But there you go, 80 for his second run. So he got a 66 initially. Here he is. He's going to roll with an 80 into the top 32 qualifying.
See, same thing. I mean, you know what? If this is how you're going to qualify, this is how you're going to qualify, you know? You just better the line score and try to get in high.
Next up right there at the line is going to be number 38, Tadahiro Fukada with the Tanabe SSR Team Dunlock with Well JZX 100 Mark II. Got a 73 on his first qualified score. Been here since day one. Podium last year here at this track, got third place. Here he is coming in for his second qualified run. A lot more aggressive than his first qualified run in that initiation at outer zone 1. overall pretty safe run. Got an 80 or 73, so we'll see if it's enough to boost him up.
Yeah, so same as everywhere else, or everybody else. Very, very safe run. You know, there's no, in the US they use the term X factor. The transition, not spiky, and just very mild on the throttle. Very, very average run.
We're coming down to our final 15 drivers, and there you go, 77. So it's a little bit of a bump on his score, but we'll see if it's enough to carry him over.
Yeah, unfortunately, it looks like the next driver, Ken Gushi, is going to be he's not at the line, so he's not going to be driving his second qualify run due to some issues on the vehicle. He is sitting on an 86, so most likely he's probably in the safe zone, so they decided to throw in the towel just for the second run. So he's going to be
to get the car 100%. So next up at the line, he got a 70 on his first qualify run, number 75, Koji Nagase in the Team Kazama with Power Vehicles 100. Here he is coming into the 3-2-1. Unable to get to that outer zone 1 there. Didn't position himself, but able to fill the outer zone 2 early, but left a little bit early in that outer zone 2. And here he is finishing strong through that outer zone 3. So we'll see here. Here's the replay. Didn't really position himself too well through that outer zone 1. Unable to get all the way out there. He is right on the edge of outer zone 2.
Yeah, so yeah, the past couple of cars, as a style judge, I would have to say I'm not going to say they're the most exciting runs. Everybody is switching to running a better line and trying to get a line score where that's going to be the safe zone for some of the drivers. Which in my opinion, I'm not, you know, I mean, I'm just judging what I'm judging, but I'm not a big fan of that. But you know what, I mean, being in the show is very important too, so you got to do what you got to do, so.
There you go, 69, so he will keep his first qualified score with a 70.
Yeah, so he missed outside zone 1 totally, and that's pretty much what hurt his score.
Next up is one that got a 0 on his, or incomplete on his first qualified run. It's going to be number 36, Kazumi Takahashi, in his TMS Racing Team Cylon Tire E92 BMW. Let's see how he's going to do here. It's got a BR38 in it. Had a 1GR last year. See how he's going to do. Coming in real aggressive into outer zone 1 there. Cleaning it up. Let's see if he can hold on to here through the touch and go. And finish strong through this outer zone 3. Definitely made the run happen. Had a little suspense there halfway through outer zone 2, but able to hang on.
It seems like he's pushing it, but I would have to say that he had to, once again, he overshot it, so he had to wait for the car to settle to get back on gas, which was about mid-outside zone 2. Rest of the run looks pretty good, but I'm not going to say as a style score, I'm not going to give him a high score, but overall looks like he was able to run the outside line and through a good enough angle, so let's see what the total score is going to be.
With an incomplete, definitely he's going to get points on the board. We'll see how competitive he will be for these top 32 slots. There you go, 84.
84 points, so he's in the 80s, and that's probably around where they wanted to land. Pretty much not something that was going to risk him to get another incomplete where he tried on his first run.
Next up at the line is number 99, Kazuya Matsukawa in the Hiroshima Toyota Team Droopy AE85 Trano. Got an 82 on his first qualify run. He was doing a solid job all through practice yesterday and today. I kind of spoke ahead just like it did now, and he didn't quite get a solid run in his first qualify run, but he's going to pick it up, looks like here. Hard aggressive initiation, but wasn't quite deep enough into that outer zone 1 and dipped the tire through there through outer zone 2.
All right, there's more aggression in this run than the last one we saw, because the last one he kind of just did bare minimal, I think, but this time it looks like he's trying a little harder on the angle and getting back on throttle as soon as possible. Kind of missed outside zone 1, but right here throws good enough angle, gets back on gas, or gets back on throttle right there. Not a huge flick from outside zone 2 to the touch and go, but it looks like he's trying to go for a higher score than what he had for the first run.
We'll see if it's enough to bump him higher than an 82. There you go, 75. So we're going to keep the first qualify run for him. And already at the line, ready to go, is going to be number 5, Tomoki Tanaka in his V-style good ride with Tetsujin JZX 100 Chaser. 76 was his first qualify run. Was pretty aggressive, but we'll see if he could get his line back into play, because I know he was a little off with some of the zones. So we'll see how he does here through initiation into outer zone 1. Nice job through outer zone 1. Here he is picking it up, trying to hold on to it right here. Oh, but leaving outer zone 2 real early. Not quite able to get all the way through the touch and go, and then threw him offline for that outer zone 3 you could see.
Oh man, so there was a lot of hesitation on that run. I mean, in a way, it might not even be unchaseable lead, because there's so much pausing right there where there's a huge stall where he could have got back on gas a little bit more earlier to get the car to whip around. And right here too, he had to wait until the car settled, then get back on gas. And you know, if there was a car chasing that, it probably would have got bumped, and we would have probably deemed it on the lead car's fault. So
yeah, it's going to be a huge factor leaving outer zone 1, coming to that outer zone 2 on how a lot of these cars are decelling when it comes to the tandem battles tomorrow. So for now, there you go. You got a 69 for his second qualifier run. He will take a 76 to battle it out to see if he gets a slot in the top 32. For those of you just joining, this is the second round at Ebisu Circuit West Course. We had 49 cars today competing. We've already done one qualify run, and we were almost done. I think we're down to our last 10 drivers. Up at the line, scored an 88 on his first qualify run, is number 10, Hokuto Matsuyama in his Trail Motor Apex Racing Team R GR86. '88's pretty solid, so he's definitely going to probably throw down here. Here he is coming to outer zone 1. Right on that edge of outer zone 1. Let's see how he's going to carry it through this second zone into the touch and go. Real aggressive through that touch and go, swinging it back around for outer zone 3. And beautiful job on that second half of the track. But that outer zone 1, we'll see if it's enough to bump him up higher than an 88.
as a style judge, I would have to say his first run was a little bit more better. There was a little bit more of a hesitation for him on the second one right here, and he does carry the car out all the way to the outside zone 2, dips a tire, and a pretty good amount of e-brake pull going from the touch and go to the last outside zone. But I'm not going to say, I mean, he's already sitting on an 88, so I don't know if that's going to better the 88. I wasn't really concentrating hardly on the angle on the line, but he did dip a tire at outside zone 2 too, so.
see here what the judges have for his final score. There you go, 83. These last few runs should be pretty solid, and one solid individual at the line right now got an 85 is the champ himself, number 8, Koichi Yamashita, in the Team Well JZX 100 Mark II. Took podium here last year, was the champ last year, the last 2 years, so here he is. Let's see how he's gonna do back-to-back, see if he can hold it here and get a top spot in qualifying. 85 is pretty solid, so he's gonna throw down. Carrying it through the outer zone 2 there. Left a little early through that outer zone 2, but a nice hard flicker through that touch and go. And solid finish by the champ.
So it looks like he knows what to do, and I wish he threw a little bit more angle after the outside zone 1, going to outside zone 2, but right here, it looks like it's good enough to drive around there. I'm not going to say that was a safe. It was very fixed, but it was very precise. So it was a very clean run. I would have to say fluidity, high score on that. Commitment, not as high as some of the 90-point runs that we saw, but that might even it out to become a high score totally. So let's go see what the other judges have to say, because I know the angle on the line was pretty...
I must say, it was probably one of the better flicks leaving outer zone 2 to that touch and go.
Yeah.
It was very aggressive, and he carried it all the way through to the deep part of outer zone. There you go, 90. Went from an 85 to a 90, so good job by Yamashita.
Yeah, so see, this is what I'm talking about. These teams are studying. They will watch to see what they have to do from the first run to the second run. And definitely, he was able to better his second run more than from the first run.
So next up at the line, got an 87 is going to be Naoto Suenaga in his Atlas Team Drift or Tire Drift Team Tsukushima. Ripping through, got into outer zone 1. Able to hold on to it right there, ripping in through the back part of outer zone 2. Beautiful job. Ooh, came a little hot through that touch and go into outer zone 3, but able to hang on through the finish.
So very similar to Yamashita's run, like I said, it's very fixed, and I'm not going to say that there isn't the suspense of the car maybe even overshooting. It looks like he has a rail and he just drove over the rail. So excitement-wise and the X factor-wise, not as high within, but fluidity-wise, very clean, very subtle, was able to do what he wanted to do, and I think I'm smelling another high score from Suenaga's second run.
So we'll see, 87 was his first qualify run. Let's see what the judges give him for this second run. 88, so 1 point up, so 88 is what he's gonna take with him. Already at the line, ready to go, is gonna be number 77, Yusuke Kusaba, and his Team Cusco Racing GR86. Took an 83 for his first qualify run. He said, comparing to the Supra at this stage, he says he feels way better, way comfortable, and ready to go. So we'll see how he's going to throw down, because 83 is not too bad. Adjusting himself to get in the right spot for outer zone 2 there. Ripping back around through the outer zone 3. Let's see this replay.
Yeah, so very similar to his first run. I'm not going to say with the line and everything, but right there, he really had to wait until he made it into outside zone 2. So it looked like he didn't use the outside zone 1 and the motion from there to gain the angle. He tried to wait for the car to settle, then get back on throttle.
We'll see here if it's enough to bump his score from an 83.
Yeah, it's pretty win. Oh, there you go, 88.
88, so got him a little higher in the points game.
Yeah, so there you go. The line, he went up on the line score. That's a 30. That's a full point or full score for the line. So definitely a better run by Kusaba for his second run.
Next up is number 530, Wataru Masuyama in his Good Ride Motorsports GR Yaris. If you haven't followed before or heard, he took a really bad wreck in the 350Z on Thursday, totaling it pretty much. Well, not making it able to make out here. Here he is in the Yaris. Let's see how he's going to rip. Got an 86 on his first qualify run. Whipping with some hard angle through that half point in outer zone 2.
I would have to say similar run to his first, where he is able to make it out to the out. I'm not sure how precise I'm seeing the outside zones compared to the last one, but the style score-wise, I would have to say it's pretty similar. Gets back on gas a tad bit before outside zone 2, but it doesn't look like he's utilizing his angle to slow the car down. It looks like he's, getting on the gas and braking and stuff like that to make the car do what he wants to.
Yeah, let's see where he was on the line here. Not too bad, flicking back around, but here it is in outer zone 3. Was he able to get?
Yeah, he kind of missed outside the last outside zone.
So we'll see here. There you go, 86, just like his first score. So 86 is what he is going to take.
Yeah, so very similar to what he got last time.
We are down to our last 4 drivers. Already at the line is number 23, Yuji Saito in the Car Shop Glitter with Car Life Orange and Nextstream. VR S15.
So very exciting driver for his first run. A lot of adjustments, but he was able to land an 85. Let's see what he's got to do for the second run.
Nice job in outer zone 1 there. Beautiful job. Can he hold on to it? Oh! And he made outer zone 2 pylon and inside clip. So unfortunately, he was 4 tires off there entering into outer zone 2. It'll be an incomplete.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, I'm sorry. So yeah, he went in a little too hot, and it did look like he was going to go off at outside zone 2, and he did. So he did try to better his score from the first run, but unfortunately he actually got an incomplete instead. So that is an incomplete, but the 85 should land him a space in the top 32.
And right now getting his tires warmed up right there. You can see him, he's up, ready to go. Is going to be number 87, Daigo Saito in the Trail Motor Apex Racing TMAR GR86. Got a 96, so he is our lead in points, right? Or points for qualifying. We'll see if he can hang on to it. Robbie already called it. He said he's going to come out here super wild for this second run since he's already locked in a 96. And he's going to really shoot for this 100-point
Yeah,
run.
so, I mean, those of you probably familiar, but I really I know Daigo for a while, and I know what kind of person he is, and he's not the type that just wants to get by. He wants to really show you what he's got.
Get above over the top. Here he is coming up to the 3-2-1. I must say I'm speechless. He didn't let go of the throttle till after he passed outer zone 1.
So this is what I'm talking about, a heavy right foot right here. A lot of mistakes. He misses outside zone 1 on the e-brake for a good amount, but he tries to get back on gas as soon as possible. It didn't look like he was able to rotate his car as much. But look at the smoke trail that he left. You can hardly see the car from behind.
Definitely had flair and style there. But I have a feeling that his first qualifier run is going to be what he's going to lock in with a 96.
All right, so we're going to have to give him a score. Now we're going to have to go ahead and check this out. Misses outside zone 1, dips the tire here at outside zone 2. And now I have to see how far off he goes on.
So we'll see what the judges have to say.
Yeah, that's not going to be over a 96 for sure.
Here's the grandstands. This grandstand is actually right by the judges' stand, right outside of outer zone 1. There you go, 70.
Hey, but you got a 96.
We'll
and then,
just forget about that.
ladies and gentlemen who saw that, that's pretty much what everybody's, or what he is trying to do is, you know,
Set the bar.
throttle switch from the start and not that much braking. That's exactly what we want to see too, but on the right line.
So here you go. Next up is going to be number 57, Kanta in the Linglong Tire Drift Team Orange JZX 100. Got an 83 on his first qualify run. Just missing outer zone 1 there. Able to hold on. Nice transition through into this outer zone 3. With a solid finish there, but yeah, that initial initiation into outer zone 1, I don't think is going to be enough to get him in the top spot.
Yeah, I would have to say he kind of played it safe too. At the same time, it didn't look like he was going all out, but he is definitely putting the car where it's supposed to be for the line score, and maybe that's what they're shooting for, is a perfect line score. So other than that, a very clean run by Kanta.
There's the spotter stand right there. And there's our final driver approaching the line. But we'll see if Kanta scored higher than an 83 here for his second qualifier run. There you go, there's Tom Saiba. Hanaguchi right there, judging the line and commentating. Imamura, and then Robbie just making funny faces in the background next to Imamura.
You got to.
Imamura's doing the angle portion while Robbie is doing style.
You can go hear the banging over there at the start from Kohashi's car with the anti-lag. Yep.
Let's see what Kanta got for his second run. There you go. You can see the pits, and then they took it off. So there you go, 82. So 83 is what he's going to roll with. Usually the staging area for most of the pits, those are now the booths. They're going to have all the sponsored booths out there. There's already a few set up, ready to go. Next up, and finally, the last driver of our 49 drivers today is going to be number 27, Masanori Kohashi in his Linglong Tire Drift Team Orange Sylvia S15. Got a 92 on his first qualified run. Oh! Nope. Just missing outer zone 1. Not going to probably be enough to get to that top slot of a 96. Here he is ripping around with the transition through the touch and go. And finishing strong. Oh, and almost, yep, too strong right there through the finish line. So 92 is what he's going to bank and take to the top 32 slot. What a day of qualifying for round 2 here at Ebisu West Course.
Hey, you know what? A lot of people did mistakes, but a lot of people did up their score and did better than their first run. And I'd like to congratulate all the drivers that made it through, and also all the drivers that even didn't make it through this time for the top 32. Better luck for them next time. And I'm pretty sure they're going to come full swinging at the next round. But I'm not sure who made it, who didn't for the top 32. But very exciting second half. I mean, it kind of it started off a little slow and low energy for the first runs, but I think Daigo Saito coming in with this 96-point run on his first qualify kind of woke everybody up, and that kind of inspired a lot of the drivers for their second run.
Exactly. We saw a lot more dynamic and flair in the second run for today. Kind of woke us up a little bit. We may sound a little tired, but Tandem tomorrow is going to be exciting because they're going to be coming in hot off the 3-2-1, and they're going to be ripping and bumping doors all the way through. Thank you all out there for viewing, commenting, chiming in. We've been reading them. I can only read so many comments in between the competitors doing their qualifier run, but we really do appreciate it. So there's the fans right there that came out. If you're in the area, come check us out, say what's up to us. For those of you out there, check out the social media. It'll tell you when tomorrow's top 32 is going to be set up.
Yeah, I'm going with the schedule, but tomorrow they're going to have the opening ceremony. Oh, I'm sorry, not the opening ceremony. They're going to have the practice from 8:15 to 9:15, which is short, but we're going to go live from 9:20 to 11:30, which is scheduled. It might be longer or shorter, but we're going to start at 9:20. Make sure you're back here to check out the top 32 battles, and after that, we will have the top 16 opening ceremony. According to the schedule now, it's going to be from 12:20 tomorrow noon here in Japan time, and the top 16 tournament is going to start a little after that. So make sure that you tune back in for tomorrow's battles, and thank you very, very much for putting up with me and Kenny
Exactly. Yes,
for the entire day.
Yes, thank you all. We appreciate it. I will try to go on live in the Formula D Japan Instagram for the top 32 announcements. That's the goal, so y'all can see the top 32 announcements, which will be shortly after, I think 30 minutes after, 40 minutes after this. That's when they start getting everything tallied up, and then they'll do the official announcement at the stage. You saw through the drone footage, there you go, that's the start of the pits right there. At the bottom of the hill, you can still see the damage from the aftermath of the earthquake last year, but there you go. Thank you to the fans that showed up. Thank you for you all that stayed up late, woke up early, whatever the case may be. Thank you all for viewing in and listening to myself and Robbie blabber while the car sounded better than our voices.
Definitely better than your voice there, Kenny. But yeah, I'd like to little shout out to the FD USA crew. I was able to see them last week, was able to judge over there. But you know what, before we leave, let's go ahead and check out Daigo Saito's 96-point run here before we close out on this live stream. Replay. Car number 87, Daigo Saito. Look at this. A lot of throttle, a lot of excitement. Look at this. On throttle, early, outside line, good angle, minimal corrections, minimal amount of e-braking. And that's something that we look at and we watch, where we don't want people to be hanging on their e-brakes too long. It's minimal. And we don't want to see it too often. We want to make sure that the car is back on throttle right after the e-brake is off. We don't want to see a lot of coasting. We just want to see a lot of excitement, and hope you guys were able to catch that with us today. And that's what we scored the drivers on today throughout the day. So
yeah, for sure. And I was seeing how much time we had left, because I want to ask you, how was your experience being back to the States after like 3 years not being there?
It was great. It was great to see the familiar faces, and thank you very much for the Formula Drift USA family. And we miss you guys a lot. Hope you guys make your way back here. And yeah, but I'm happy to be back here too, talking with you, Kenny.
Joy. No, you're not. But here we are. Yes. View us tomorrow. We'll be doing top 32, top 16. We will be here. Next weekend, we will be here. So it's going to be a busy 2 weeks. So check us out. We appreciate y'all out there viewing in. And yeah, that's a wrap.
Yeah, it's a wrap for today. Ebisu West Course, like to thank the track for adding some asphalt on the outside zone area. And yeah, always helping us out. Always helping us out on the track setup. So there you guys are. You see us right over there. Thank you guys. You guys see me hammering down on Kenny. All right, so thank you very much, and we'll see you guys tomorrow. Don't forget to set your alarm for this.
And yes, we will be live for the top 32 announcements at the stage on the Instagram. So view in. Thank you all.